run around these here parts. Oh, what is that? Oh, just fancy. What is it? What is it fancy? Okay, so it clicks on there. Let me just do a few of them. Working 9 to 5, getting something. Barely getting high. Better put this inside here so I don't move it. Lose your time, getting something. Enough to drive you crazy if you let. He's a boy. He's an Orly boy. He's gonna wear the punishment socks, 'cause he can't stop licking. I knew I got a dessert! 'Cause he can't stop licking his little foot cheese. I got you special ones. You're not wearing Elliot socks anymore. You're gonna wear your own now. Don't whine. It's not a punishment. Oh, look at those socky boos. Just look at that. Ooh, I'm not patronizing you. Don't look at me like that. Have a sense of humor. Might as well. Ooh, and here's the wet one that you can't stop fucking licking. Girls, stop being jealous. Stop it. He ain't getting no food. Pig, go back to your hole. Go back to your pig pen. They're fighting over who gets to look out over the corner at what Orly's getting right now. Let me see. Good boy. He's trying to trick me. That's a good boy. Over the thumb. Ooh, would you just look at this fanciness? Orlita. He's an Orly boy. That's going to be so annoying on your little thumbsies, I can tell. Let me try and get that under your thumb. No. Maybe do it over. Get that back up there. They should make a little thing for your thumbsies. Let me show you how to foot cheese. Oh! I'm gonna tuck you in. There we go. Oh wow! Look at the fanciness. See, your nail is caught. There we go. Where's your thumb toe? There it is. Just look at your little footsies! There's the little things I got, especially for this. There they are. Good boy. Good boy. Ooh, he looks streaky. Beef and banana. Did you drop it out of your mouth? God, it's so yucky outside. Hello, hello. Heather was born on this day indeed. Look at this crap. It's freaking snowing, man. Pretty lame. So, I just got some food with Adam. And now I'm gonna sit and crochet, because that's what I want to do on my special day. I'm almost done with that vest. I just have to thank you, cute kitty. So far, good birthday. I'm quite happy. Okay. Where's my headband? Okay.
The dog letter is exactly what appears to be a letter from the defendant to her mother, written to tamper with witness testimony, manipulate publicity to influence potential jurors, and retaliate against Eric Richards' family. The defendant wrote the letter because she's scared for her life. The defendant has presented no evidence to meet her burden to demonstrate that the letter contains confidential communication or that she is prepared in anticipation of litigation or for trial. And the state's evidence contradicts these notions. Accordingly, the walk the dog letter is not privilege, attorney-client privilege.
So far, it's been the best birthday ever. Nobody's bothering me. Nobody asked anything of me. Well, that's not true. Adam asked me to go to the store to get some food, but that's okay because I had to go to the gas station anyway. And it was just like a mile down the road, so no big deal. And I was able to get myself a brownie and some ice cream. So I'm gonna sit here.
She did not, because it would have been her work.
I'm gonna crochet.
The fact that Ms. Lazaro did not claim privilege until she had
I'm gonna try and finish my vest today.
And she would not have to demonstrate privilege tells the court everything it needs to know.
I got one panel done in the front, and I got the back done.
In the days leading up to the defendant writing the letter, she was
Got the back of it done, and then one panel done. So I just have to do the other panel, and then I'm done. And I'm getting low on yarn, so I'm getting a little nervous, but I think I'll be fine. You don't like your socks? You look so cute. I can't give you any of this, it'll kill you. So many different ways. Not even just the chocolate. I fed you already this morning. Did you hear me say I was happy no one asked anything of me? Is that why? Now, y'all, get out of here. Everybody just went outside. Everybody just ate. I tell you what.
I don't know who that is. Not too sure, but maybe we've seen their work before. Maybe we've seen some of their stuff before. Because I did hear about Eric Richards.
The life of a dog, Mom.
And it was one of the things that popped up.
What, do you need to go outside or something? No. You want another treat? Is that what you want? You want a treat?
Wants to link Eric getting drugs and pills from Mexico. So we need some kind of connection. Here's what I'm thinking that you have to talk to Ronnie, the brother,
Here, buddy.
Got this. The defendant then set forth
Did the girl want one?
testimony. This is what she writes.
Teeter, stop it.
Information and
Dadle.
Just like they say,
Good
a year
girl.
prior
Teeter,
to Ronnie's
good
death,
girl.
Ronnie was
Pigaletta,
over
good
watching
girl.
football on Sunday, and Eric and Ronnie were chatting about
They're little sharks.
There, everybody got one.
Pain pills and fentanyl from Mexico from the workers at the ranch. Not to tell me because I would get mad because I always said
I'm tuning out now.
every night and won't help take care of the kids. Eric told Ronnie he keeps them in an allergy pill bottle in his work truck so I wouldn't find them. Ronnie never told me about the conversation. Eric finally told me.
Yeah, you guys can see each other. That's good.
Oh gosh, so she is saying that
I'm so
she
sad
took
that
drugs because her husband
Kristen
told her
can't
to.
see you.
Okay.
So this is all the yarn that I have left. It looks like a lot. Actually, I guess it really is a lot. Never mind.
The defendant further instructed, we wrote this however Ronnie needs to make the point, just include it all. It can be short and to the point, but it has to be done. Upon information relief, LOL. The defendant then explained.
Watch out.
Miss Lazaro has
Put
to
your
be a
legs.
connection between
Thank
Eric
you.
and Mexico because that makes the most sense in her mind. If it's
I have to
Ronnie's
look at my-
information relief about the connection over football, Scott
I have to look at the
says
thing. I don't know how to do it by
tell Ronnie,
memory.
don't overanalyze it. It was a quick 2-minute conversation. LOL.
These things are so loose.
Bring me home and you'll get this.
I don't want to get the ones off TikTok because they never come. Oh,
Jesus, she sounds like a very sinister cartoon villain. Like, I don't know, I imagine her as like Megamind, just like cooking away in her little cell. The defendant's statements and Joe
so apparently they're
Paul's
sized
that night, Eric
for
Rich's death
each of your
and
hooks.
continuing through the defendant's May 8, 2023 arrest.
I have been sliding this thing back and forth like crazy.
The office of the Utah Medical Examiner and the life insurance company that Eric Richards did not use illicit drugs. Other than the occasional
Bless your
THC
heart,
gummies.
sweetie.
Man,
Bless
this is
your
how
heart.
her words bite you in the ass later. She told him that he doesn't do drugs. What are you talking about? Maybe he does gummies once in a while. And now she's like, oh, actually, you know what? You're right. He did do illicit drugs, and I had to get them for him. Man, stories be changing. Detectives have never yielded any information that Eric Richards used illicit drugs other than THC gummies. The guy at the hunting ranch in Mexico where Eric Richards hunted
Thank you,
Cassie! Reported that he never knew Eric Richards to be a drug user, and that Eric Richards was one of the guys
Oh
to get drugs on hunts.
my God.
May 9, 2023. Now, we're in
What? Oh my God. What?
cover story.
Jesus Christ.
History, this case.
What the fuck?
Article tracking statements and photographs provided
What the
by
fuck?
the defendant's family and friends. On September 12,
What?
2023, the defendant and her mother discussed
What do you
how
want?
Global
Do you need to
magazine
go outside?
people's heads.
Let's
Some
go.
who read it now really
Do you need to go out? Let's
believe
go.
it's 100% innocent.
Go outside. Come on.
Actually, that rings a bell. That must have been the article that I read.
Y'all.
His mother remarked,
You just
"If
want treats.
Scott
I know
doesn't come
you.
through, at least we have the public. and
What?
there's hope." Now we're on September 2nd, 2023. A true crime.
I'm not giving any more
police
treats
officer
out.
talked to the defendant's
Especially now with that attitude.
The defendant's mother, in turn, provided daily updates to the defendant. Digging up dirt on Eric Richards, the true crime writer declared that hunting season on Eric the Dead is now open. Jesus.
See how there's no food? Nothing. I'm not eating food. Go lay down.
Every network. And
Get in my face like that. Lay down right here. Lay down next to me right here.
2023.
There you go.
On
Good boy.
September 2023, in a call place
You're
at
so
6:52
rude.
p.m., the defendant and her mother discussed an upcoming event with television cameras where the defendant's two brothers would be interviewed together.
All I want to do. Oh,
Did this interview ever come to fruition? On September 11th,
I think he doesn't want me to crochet.
call place at 9:11 p.m. Jesus, coincidence much? September 11, call place at 9:11. The defendant and her mother talked for 18 minutes.
What do you
about
want?
a long-standing
What do you
grievance
want?
with the Richards family. We sat quiet for so fucking long is the problem, said the defendant's mother.
I love
Her
you.
mother discussed how
That's
Katie
literally what you.
started
We
the
literally
shit.
have.
Enough is enough. Now let's see how they respond to this. Anyone can dish it out. Let's see how long you take it. Let's air the laundry. The next day, on September 12, 2023, in a call place at 11:02 a.m., the defendant's mother informed the defendant that her brother, Ronald Darden, talked to Ms. Lazaro's, that's the attorney, investigator, and told him, you're probably better off talking to my mom because she would know more. Oh, no. The brother's not coming through? The defendant responded, why the hell would Ronnie do that?
That one
I
looks
told
good.
Ronnie I need him to talk to the investigator. During a call placed at 11:33 a.m., Ronald Darden confirmed, "Yeah,
Baby,
I
you
was
can't do
working."
that all up on my stuff like this. You're really getting all
I
tangled
wonder
into
if the
my
brother's
everything here,
like,
and it's gonna give me the
doesn't
stressies.
want to help because he knows he might get in trouble, or maybe he's a
Get down.
dipshit. I don't know. During the same call, the
Oh.
defendant told her mother that the admirer the defendant put in charge for media plan is contacting every media outlet possible. The admirer? Is that the true crime writer, or is that her paramour, or is it someone else? Who's the admirer? At the end of this call, the defendant read a letter from another inmate aloud to her mother. This letter has previously been referred to the record as letter number 2. The defendant's mother asked, "Can you take a picture of it and send it to me?" The defendant replied, "No, we can't take pictures."
Good job.
"I could do a video and hold it up, and you can take a screenshot of it from the video." Oh no, this is how it starts. Because they saw it, they're like, wait a second, what's she doing?
Okay, so you need to go outside and go potty? Okay, well, come here.
19 p.m. The defendant's mother
Take off your
told her,
fucking
"My
socks!
supervisors had to stop what they're doing because we're all looking for the same
Let's see your
information. Nobody can seem to come up with it."
Let's see if we can get these guys on your feet.
Investigation only has leads. Hearsay,
Come here if you want to go outside.
Everyone has got a fistful of
Come here, let me try these new
hearsay.
shoes.
Proof of anything?
Come here, you got new boot goofing?
12/2023.
You're gonna be new boot
16
goofing.
p.m. The defendant's mother reported, "Spoke with both Kelsey and Chelsea, and I didn't get anywhere, so I'm kind of bummed. I thought I would have more answers for me. I thought they would have more answers for me, and they didn't." The defendant told her mother that the true crime writers are done because
Dude, no way. Oh my god. Those are so ridiculously cute.
So when
Are you gonna be new boot goofing?
do it without that one thing. We don't have it. The investigators don't have it. We have to get it. It's night and day difference. And I don't know how. I don't know what avenue to take. The
Your
true
butt.
crime writer wanted to put it out there and get it out nationwide. I can't do it because it's all hearsay. We need actual proof. Well, we don't have it. We don't. I don't have it. Ronnie don't have it. Nobody has it. Why are they putting this in the jailhouse calls? This is recorded. Why? Oh, maybe the brother has a backbone. And who knows? Tomorrow morning I can.
Look at that! You got a shoe on your footsies. He's like,
Look at
your sheet.
come on, let's go outside. Do 2 at a time. You can get used to it.
Defendant asked, "And Ronnie has it?" And his mother replied, "No, Ronnie didn't." And Ronnie told the investigators, "No, I don't know any of that. That's just recent. I learned of that." Oh, you were just pissed at her brother. I was sure Chelsea was going to say yes, but she didn't, and Kelsey didn't. Who's the best friends? Same day, September 12th, in a text message sent at 5:01 p.m., the defendant told her brother, "Think back. New Year.
Go potty. Go on, go outside, go potty. All right, all right, all right. Slow down, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Call place at 5:17 p.m.
Look, so you're just trying to scavenge. Go potty outside.
That she had with the defendant's brother, Dennis Corey. It's wrong. Only Ronald Darden could retrieve the gun receipts because he had the defendant's cabinet.
Nope. So we're trying 2 at a time. Go potty. Come on, go potty. Go on, go potty. Go potty, buddy. Go outside, go potty. He's like, I don't know what to do with these things on my feet. Hey, don't be eating stuff. Oh, come on, man. It's snowing so hard. Go potty, come on. Come on, Orly, go outside, go potty. Oh, what are you doing? Hey, don't be trying to eat nothing. Good boy, there you go. There you go. It's a little weird, but you'll get used to it. You'll appreciate it even more when you step in a puddle of water. Come on, Orly, go potty, let's go. Excuse you? Excuse you? Excuse you? damn it. There you are. Don't be doing that shit. Come on, go potty. Let's go. Jesus criminy. These are the biggest. Wow, look up. Oh my God, it's so incredibly beautiful. Wow. What the fuck? Oh, right in my face. Oh, right in my eye. Oh, holy shit. I'll be right back. This is the coolest birthday ever. Where'd my dog go? There he is. Oh no, you're in deep puddles. Oh, your shoes are submerged. Ah, the shoes are full of water. Damn. That worked for 2 seconds. Sucks that they're not taller. Glad I didn't put all 4 on him. Come on, Orly, let's go. Hurry up. Dude, can you believe that it's fucking snowing on my birthday? Yeah, I could literally watch that all day long. Look at the waterfall. Look at that. From my door. Snowy waterfall. From my literal front door. Come on, Orly! It's fucking badass. And look. There she is. Come on, Orly, let's go! Come on, dude! Oh, fucking Christ. Where are you at, dog? Orly! What the fuck? Where could he have gone? There you are. Come on, man! Don't be going back there. I can't see you. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, let's get those shoes off your feet. Come on. Come on, let's take your shoes off. Come on. Come on. Dude. Come on. Hey. Come on. Come. Come on. Come on, I'll give you another treat. Yeah, that got you, fat boy, parking up. Come on, buddy. Come on. Come on, I'll fix it. Come on. He's acting all fucking disabled. Girls, are you seriously fighting over who gets to tell me hello first? Come on, Orly! Let's go! Come here, here. Come, here. Right here, come. Yep. Full of water. Let me see the other one. Not that bad, but definitely full of water. Okay. Dang, you got really snowed on that time. Sticking to your fur. That never happens. Oh, I give you a bath. Your oils are not in your fur right now. Good boy.
replied, "So, do you know what 6 pages I'm talking about?" And the fictional mystery book was in her attorney corner because the defendant didn't really know what she can and can't bring.
Come up
That's
here.
why it says something about football and Eric. The request for
Come here.
crust strips because all we do is drink
Come on.
coffee in Mexican
Orly, come.
prison. So she was trying to say that she wasn't asking her attorney to.
Orly, come put your socks on and then I'll give you some food. Come on. Good boy.
Half
Come
the
here.
story's true, but there's
Dry your feet
lots
off.
of parts that aren't. The defendant explained in
Lay
the
down.
book, "To hell and back," had a disclaimer
Can
on
you-
it that the fiction
It
cannot
would be
be
better
used
if you
against
laid
the
where I said
defendant
to,
in her
but
criminal
okay,
case.
that too.
Yeah, just
No,
because
I
you
didn't
write
say
it in
you
there
do
doesn't
that.
mean it
I
can
said
be used
I
against
will
you.
do that.
All 65 pages of the fictional mystery book were folded over the side. In the same call, the defendant's mother said that she told Sky Lazaro if the defendant put something on paper it's because she's scared for her life. The defendant replied, "Exactly, yeah." That same day, in a call place at 7:40 p.m., the defendant and her mother continued to discuss the walk the dog letter. The defendant's mother told Ms. Lazaro that she wanted to kick the defendant in the teeth and punch her, call her, "What a stupid bitch," for putting that on paper. Ms. Lazaro replied, "Well, I'm not mad at Corey for that." September 17, 2023, the defendant reiterated that the walk the dog letter was taken out of the middle of a fictional mystery book. September 19, 2023, in a call placed at 11:46 a.m., the defendant expanded upon the fictional mystery book narrative to Ronnie. After listening to the defendant's explanation, the brother asked, "Does mom know about this?" The brother said, "Well, she clearly was not listening because she has not told me that. She wasn't listening to you at all. She's still calling it a letter." September 19, 2023, in a call placed at 12:26 p.m., the defendant told her brother she was going to tell the attorney, "I don't care if Miss Lazaro needs to post or file the fictional mystery book." The defendant said, "Because I don't care. It's like super sloppy rough draft." October 26, 2023, Ms. Lazaro filed a memorandum in opposition to the state's motion for good cause disclosure, seeking production of the defendant's purported 65-page mystery book. Ms. Lazaro claimed that the 65-page mystery book was a privileged attorney-client communication, but did not include the walk the dog letter in this claim. Ms. Lazaro does not claim any attorney work.
It's not as easy from this direction. I just really don't want to get his nails hooked in the in the knit. Mr. Potato. There she is. I knew I heard you. Where'd that thing go? What's inside? Grab the wrong one. Oh, it's way easier from this direction. Just kind of bloop them in. Now we won't be licking our feet. I should have put medication on your feet. So if there's anything there, oh, my ring keeps getting caught in your hair. I'm sorry. Does that to me too. Okay. Okay, now can I do what I wanted to do? He loves to lay like right in the most absolutely inconvenient place ever. Okay. Oops. What did I try to share? Whoa. Okay. All right, so It's not gonna slide off, no. Gotta make sure I put it in the right spot though. Okay, there. That's good. Just at the tip. All right. Oh, flippity flap. Where did my whole search stuff go? I'm gonna play this at twice the speed. Damn it. Can we stop playing all the music and just like...
Let's get into this video. So Angela Laverne Brown, better known as the Powerhouse Stone, burst into the scene on December 18, 1961 in Columbia, South Carolina. From a young age, she was enveloped in the rich sounds of
Let me check.
belting out hymns.
Yes, I got it. Thank you so much.
She was a star player, earning multiple college basketball scholarships, yet beneath that athletic...
Happy fucking birthday.
For music. Since childhood, she had been scribbling poetry, and in the privacy of her bedroom, she would transform into a soul diva, lip-syncing to the likes of Aretha Franklin and Marvin Gaye, dreaming of a life in music.
Okay.
While on the cheerleading squad, she teamed up with friends Gwendolyn Chisholm and Cheryl Cook to craft their
Okay,
own
I'm gonna have to
Chores,
watch this another
which started as
time.
playful chant.
People that value human life and Twitch streamers, welcome to a brand new video. I have maybe the greatest news of the year so far, thus far, for all of us. If you like justice, I have good news for you. If you like chaos, I have good news for you. And if you just like a little bit of Hassan smoldering, I have very good news for you. So this over here is Hassan Piker. You might not recognize him under his true colors, but this is the largest leftist political streamer in the world. He is a big supporter of Houthi.
8,
Now, I know what you're thinking, bro.
9,
How could the biggest leftist streamer in the world be a big supporter of
10,
that's
11.
And the answer to that is yes, he's... Well, on my brilliant channel, I do have to say, I don't mean to self-glaze too much, but I've been doing a deep dive into Hassan's
And on the
controversies.
4th,
And
and
on the
then you're gonna...
Hassan Piker playlist, we're at 275%, but we're pushing it up to 280. Bro is literally 280% fucked right now, and I am not saying that as hyperbole. I mean it 100%.
I can't see,
He's 100%
for fuck's sake.
280% fucked because Donald Trump is attacking the Houthis. All right, so stick around because the Hassan crash out is inevitable. This is breaking news, so I'm sure his crash out is going to be monumental. All right, you are so not ready for this. So President Donald J. Trump tweeted something pretty bad to all Houthi terrorists. They're terrorists, by the way. Your time is up. Today I have ordered the United States military to launch decisive and powerful military action against the Houthi terrorists in Yemen. They have
1,
waged an
2, 3,
unrelenting campaign of
4.
piracy, violence, and terrorism against American and other ships,
1,
aircraft,
2,
and drones. Joe Biden's response was pathetically weak,
3,
so the unrestrained Houthis just kept going. It has been over a year since a U.S.-flagged commercial ship safely sailed through the Suez Canal, the Red Sea, or the Gulf of Aden. The last American warship to go through the Red Sea 4 months ago was attacked by Houthis over a dozen times. Funded by Iran, the Houthi thugs have fired missiles at the U.S. aircraft and targeted our troops and allies.
We're going to war. Trump is going to put us to war. He wants to be the president of peace, but he's going to start war for Israel. Great.
American vessels will not be tolerated. We will use overwhelming lethal force until we have achieved our objectives.
So here we go. Trump's just putting us to war. Cool. For the Suez Canal. Got it.
Our brave warfighters are right now carrying out aerial attacks.
I do not understand. I've been saying this whole time, Trump is Israel first.
On the terrorist bases leaders and the missile defenses to protect American shipping, air and naval assets, and to restore navigational freedom, no terrorist force will stop American commercial and naval vessels from freely sailing the waterways of the world. To all Houthi terrorists! Oh, fuck. Your time is up and your attacks must stop. Starting today, if they don't, hell will rain down upon you like nothing you have ever seen before. I can almost feel Hassan shaking from here. To Iran, support for the Houthi terrorists must end immediately. Do not threaten the American people. Their president was received one of the largest mandates in presidential history. All 7 swing states, all 7 of them. Popular vote, Rosie McDonald moved to Ireland. She's so fat and ugly. Our worldwide shipping lanes. If you do, beware, because America will hold you fully accountable and won't be nice about it. I cannot believe bro ended his giant threat post with "and won't be nice about it." That's gotta be the most fucking gangster shit in the history of time. Now the thing is, you might say that Trump is bluffing, but he fucking carpet bombed the Houthis today, so he's not bluffing. All right, that is confirmed. He is not in fact bluffing. So
Yeah, Trump bombed the place today. That's great.
That's going on. I need to quantify a specific claim of mine, and that is the Hassan crash out. Now, this is a clip that took place a little while ago. This is Hassan Piker, largest political streamer, 280% piked right now, and this is the person he's interviewing. This is, drumroll please, a Houthi terrorist. All right, now you're probably thinking, he's doing journalism. He's asking you the hard-hitting questions. Now, I personally am not against interviewing people that you're against. Listen, I'll be real here. I would debate/interview Hassan Piker if he had the pecker for it. I would do it. Even though that would involve platforming a borderline terrorist propagandist piece of shit over here, I would still do it, because I would push back. The thing is, he did not push back against the Houthi terrorists. Instead, he asked him pretty basic gay bitch questions like this.
Okay, this is a stupid question.
Yay.
You can preface it with that. Does he know what One Piece is?
One Piece like is that an organization?
No, One Piece is the anime.
Oh, okay. أول شيء بقول لك إنه ممكن هذا السؤال يكون شوي تعرف شو هو One Piece.
He's asking a fucking terrorist who knows what
Luffy?
anime.
He's been watching it since he was a kid.
This is retarded.
Yeah.
Wow, Luffy's shaking right now.
Fire. That's so fun.
Okay, well, this is just rage bait, so I'm not going to listen to that. Let's listen to something positive.
Come see us on tour in Baltimore, Hartford, Syracuse, Atlantic City, Levittown, New York, co-host New York, Providence, Rhode Island, San Jose, Toledo, and Bakersfield. Go to jimmydore.com.
I think
for
also,
tickets.
aww.
Hey, this is Jimmy. Who is this?
Hate it when he does that. Wow. It's just like, is it just me or is the world just really?
Donald J. Trump just launched one of the most significant military actions of his entire presidential rule.
2 double crochet on the first stitch.
Yep, and he did it right after
2?
playing golf. Now, why did this happen? What are the larger ramifications?
Oh.
How is Iran involved
That's
here?
why.
As a lot of other people have some bigger
You did too
questions
many.
and conspiracies are afoot here as this
Yep.
is big.
I'm gonna
This
start
is
over.
significant, and a lot of people on the right, for some reason, really don't like to talk about this, but I think more than
One
ever,
too
we
many.
need to get into it as CENTCOM forces just launched one of the biggest in recent history large-scale military operations against the Houthis, a rebel group in Yemen that is predominantly
Stacey.
by Iran. As a lot of people are saying, this attack specifically was meant to send a message to Iran to come to the negotiations table as Donald Trump.
Yeah, this is a negotiation. Let's bomb your fucking
Last week, we told you
citizens.
specifically, he also said that he's going to probably be releasing the report.
This is such a fucking scam, dude.
Attempted assassins.
This is such a
that
fucking
tried to
scam,
take
dude.
his life. He says
And
that, but if
Israel is
there's
just-
some kind of information that he can't release. He's not going to release the report. He hasn't released the report. It's already Sunday. The report has not been released, leaving us with a lot of speculation. and
Dude, why
questions
did
as
Trump
to
bomb
what in the world is going
anyone?
on here?
Like, this is
as
fucking
Donald
retarded.
Trump announced on Truth Social that he has ordered the United States military to launch decisive and powerful military action against Houthi terrorists in Yemen. Yemen, by the way, the poorest place in the world. They don't really have a lot of military capabilities. I mean, they tried to launch military attacks against the American naval forces. They failed every single time. Again, poorest country in the world, dealing with a massive humanitarian crisis. Donald Trump says the Houthis' attack on American vessels will not be tolerated. They did try to attack, but every time they did, any of their attempts failed, either because of their just horrible equipment or because of the U.S. advanced military defensive systems. Now, the Houthis did come out and say, hey guys, we might block this important trade route if aid to Gaza isn't released. And a lot of people are saying
They just want to
this
give
is the
aid to
reason
Gaza, so like,
why
okay,
this
that's great.
military attack was, of course, spurred on, as the Daily Mail is reporting that 31 people have been left unalived by these U.S. airstrikes, as now we are seeing an escalation of the war of words, as Iran now is claiming that the United States violated international law, and it is warning that it potentially might maybe retaliate. Will they? No. We saw what happened.
Let's
with
not
them
forget, there's a
in,
whole bunch of
Israel.
undocumented
They literally
people
just sent
that came
rockets
over the
toward
border
the United States right before they did it and said, hey,
that were not necessarily
there's
South,
rockets in
you
there,
know, from
this
South America.
direction. It's going to take
There were quite a lot of people
maybe
that
we'll get
came
back to
over.
shoot these down. Let's save face here, as there's a
So,
lot of wag the
there's
dog
probably
moments
people
but
here.
This wasn't one of them. There was one wag the dog moment with Donald Trump in his first administration, specifically going after Syria. And now it looks like we're dealing with a different Donald Trump here, as this is a big escalation. This is a big move here. And people are left with the question, weren't we supposed to be non-interventionists? Didn't Donald Trump promise us that he was
He's the president of peace,
involved in all these foreign conflicts and wars?
Mm-hmm.
And he goes on, Donald Trump, in his Truth Social statement. And again, his statement is long, but it explains why he did it. And I think it's important to explain his side of the story here, as he says that Joe Biden's response was, quote, pathetically weak. So the unrestrained Houthis just kept going. It has been over a year since a U.S. flagged commercial ship Safety sailed through the Suez Canal. Now, Joe Biden did also take off the Houthis off of the international terrorist list, and Donald Trump put them back on. Donald Trump goes on. The last American warship to go through the Red Sea 4 months ago was attacked by the Houthis over a dozen times. Funded by Iran, the Houthi thugs have fired missiles at U.S. aircraft and targeted our troops and allies. That is true. These relentless assaults have cost the U.S. and the world economy many billions of dollars, while at the same time putting innocent lives at risk here. Our brave war fighters are right now carrying out aerial attacks on the terrorist bases, leaders, and missile defenses to protect American shipping, air, and naval assets, and to restore navigational freedom. No terrorist force will stop American commercial and naval vessels from freely sailing the waterways of the world. To the Houthi terrorists, your time is up, and your attacks must stop, starting today. If they don't, hell will rain down upon you like nothing you have ever seen before. To Iran, support for the Houthi terrorists must end immediately. Do not threaten the American people, their president, who has received one of their largest mandates in presidential history or worldwide shipping lanes. If you do, beware, because America will hold you fully accountable, and we won't be nice about it. That's one way of saying it, as some Iranian politicians are answering back in a very kind of bombastic way themselves. And there's also now CGI animations that the Houthis clap back on. Again, poorest country in the world. Their CGI is not that impressive. Before showing you that CGI and this larger kind of propaganda war and this larger kind of escalation of tensions, we wanted to remind you, hey, we've been against a lot of these wars ever since day one. I got my start in 2003 protesting the Iraq war, by the way. I was there at all the major protests outside of the White House. I don't like war. War's stupid. I think there's other kind of diplomatic ways that we could prevent it. And we'll tell you why, how potentially it could have been prevented here. Because, there's an argument to be made for a carrot and the stick here when it comes to diplomacy. And I fully understand it. Before delving into that, sign up to lookoutfilter.com, because you finance and fund principled people. A lot of people on the right, literally a lot of people on the right are being paid off. Like, you look at independent media, you're going to say this here. Okay. We don't do that. We directly have your support. Your support is more important than ever. And we do a lot of really cool things. 13 years of exclusive videos. We do range days. Right after this video is done, I'm going to go out and I'm going to meet some of you guys here in South Florida. And we do really cool, fun things. We do meetups. We do nature hikes. We do range ages. I talk to you guys on the Telegram channel. And you guys also have the ability to ask a question. And I will play your question live on air for everybody. I need my guys to send an email to all the members saying, hey, you guys now could be a part of these videos, and I will play your videos, and I will talk to you, and I will engage with you guys one-on-one through the videos that I'm doing right now. That's one of the many perks, 3 master classes. I mean, you name it. I mean, we have the most verbose, the most best members area, I think, in throughout all of the independent media. I mean, all the people just have content. We have more than content. Master classes, t-shirts, seed oil cards, you name it. We got it. LukeUnfiltered.com. Click the link right now in the description. Sign up. It's quick, it's easy, it's simple. Check your spam box. Make sure you get your login emails. That's been an issue that has cost us significantly as well because of the massive amounts of suppression and attacks that we go through, because we're always principled. Yeah, principled to our detriment. Now, let's go back to...
It's weird. I haven't heard you say much about Israel. Really principled.
This is the clapback from the Houthis that released this animation depicting... I don't know what that looks like. Seriously. Poorest country in the world, guys. dealing a massive humanitarian crises, as the Houthis now are responding, saying that they are ready to escalate.
Of course they are, because
after
they are
the
being
Turkish-
funded by
Are
the
they?
United States as
Are they
well, because
really?
this is
Are they
fucking puppet
really?
show.
No, they're not.
This is
We had
literally just
every
a show
single
to...
attack thwarted, like
It's
failed.
all just a show.
They don't have the resources. They're dealing with a starving population.
They're gonna
that's being
force us to
blockaded by
war.
Saudi Arabia ever
These
since
motherfuckers,
2015,
dude.
2016, out of
Because
Northern sectors.
Israel.
We have an Iranian ex-officer to Israel coming out and saying Israel should bomb Khomeini, as now the Iranians have been putting a lot of pressure on the United States. We saw Lindsey Graham, we saw Benjamin Netanyahu go to Donald Trump and say, you got to bomb Iran. You got to attack these guys. You got to get rid of these guys. Those are the kind of devils on his shoulder right
Yep.
now. That could potentially be, helping spur on this.
At least you're talking about it. Thank you, Luke. I do
military action
appreciate
Donald
that.
Trump just committed. An Iranian general just raised the prospects of potentially responding to
1,
the
2,
Houthis,
3, 4,
to the
5,
Houthi attacks.
6.
That probably will not be happening here at all, especially with the
Thank you,
history of the
Spencer! Oh my
Iranian
gosh!
capabilities, and now with the Russians. being
Sorry
taken
that I didn't see that right
Donald
away.
Trump
Thank you
announced
so much!
diplomatic efforts to try to mend
Yes,
things over and
Sunbee.
stop the war in Ukraine.
Nice and
They
quiet
also are
evening.
defense
I just
supporters.
am enjoying.
Now,
It's like the best
we
birthday I
tend
could
to ask the
have
question,
is
is
just
this just
sitting
because of
here
trade
and just...
roots?
And yes,
Of
it's a
course,
dog
last
and
time
pony show.
Donald,
It's literally
this
just to
is
keep us
the first
entertained
time
and
that Donald Trump,
not
went
you know.
and launched an
Remember,
attack
guys, they
on
killed
Yemen
Martin Luther
and
King not because
took the
of
life a
racism.
7-year-old American
They killed Martin Luther
girl.
King because
Now,
he
what
was
happened during that
organizing something
military,
called
we
the
don't
Poor
know, but
People's
we do know,
March.
7-year-old
Money Bunny, are you?
girl,
Yes, you are. Right on my jewel.
did
So,
pass away
anyway, the
during
best birthday ever is just sitting and doing what I
2016
want
during their
with not
raid
having to do anything that I don't want to
on,
do. It's just
a
the best
very
birthday. That's what all I want.
high-ranking U.S. trained intel connected
And I
assets
very
for the
fortunately
region
get to
that
do whatever I
they were
want
trying to get
quite
retribution
often.
against. Now,
So
why
it
is
may
this
seem like
situation
just another day to you, but
and why
man,
are some
I'm
people
really soaking it in
saying,
today.
why are we doing this? Maybe
I'm
it's not
really
just about
soaking
shipping
it
lanes
in
here.
today.
As of course, if you look at the situation that's
'Cause
unfolding right now, it's very complicated. There's a lot
I'm
of
feeling
history
very
here,
grateful.
specifically between Saudi Arabia and Iran. This is a larger conflict between Saudi Arabia and Iran. It's the proxy conflict. It's the conflict that has been brewing for a very long time. We have seen China trying
I
to
think I'm gonna
bring
go and
Saudi
do
Arabia
some.
and Iran closer to just stopping this conflict. They were almost very close to making that happen, and then October 6th happened, and then that's.
I need to figure out how to get some electricity over to the bus.
Very strange. As, of course, on one side we have the Houthi rebels supported by the Iranians. On the second side, fighting the Houthis are Sunni rebels. Some of them Al Qaeda, as the Associated Press reported back all the way back in 2018. Larger PR moves by the coalition of Saudi Arabia and the United States, where literally they got in any kind of soldiers in there, like, yeah, we look good. They took them away, and then they brought Al Qaeda back in on the front lines, because Al Qaeda is a significant force inside of Yemen that is trying to defeat the Houthi rebels, and they are finding it extremely difficult in order to do so. So on one side, we have Al Qaeda, and Donald Trump essentially has helped Al Qaeda. Now, he has launched also other military strikes against ISIS and Al Qaeda recently in Iraq and in Syria, I believe. I got to double fact check that just personally myself. But right now, you're going after the Houthis. You are aiding and helping Al Qaeda on the battlefield there. Now, Al Qaeda is something that does need to be dealt with, as of course Sunni Wahhabists are right now going after Christians in Syria and other minority sects of religions.
Okay, so we should go and fight other countries because they're doing things against Christianity. Like, come on, guys. This is fucking retarded.
Ethnic cleansing is happening. Huge levels.
Yeah, in Gaza.
We're going to be, as a nation,
right in front of our face, and we're going to help happen. We're going to help it happen. And then we're gonna turn Gaza into a city of the world. You mean a fucking prison for the population of the world? That's what I think they're gonna do. I think they're gonna try and turn Gaza into the New World Order's prison.
That's the issue, as the United States has a very long history of supporting, aiding, and abetting Al Qaeda. Not just with the Ruskies, not just in Libya, not just in Syria, not just in Afghanistan. not just in Iraq. The history there with Tim Osman is very deep. Now, the Yemenis have been blocked in by the Saudi-led coalition ever since 2015. And they have restricted a lot of important essential imports to be brought into their country, which has created acute food insecurity with allegedly 6 million people at the risk of famine. Very significant numbers, as I would say that's one of the worst humanitarian crises in the world right now. And when we look at Barack Obama's kind of administration, when we look at Biden's administration, they didn't help out here. Now, there's also a large potential of Saudi Arabia buying American tech and American drones, which a lot of people in the defense industry are saying it's huge potential. It's going to be great. The Russians really don't like this news. This would really piss off the Ruskies. But a lot of defense contractors are like, well, if we get Saudi Arabia on board, if we help maybe Saudi Arabia with this larger proxy war here, that's the thinking that some people are going into, as Congressman Thomas Macy came out and said, hey, regarding the U.S. activity in Yemen, quote, I recently said to watch for a new military engagement to compensate for the pullback in Ukraine. The military-industrial complex demands about $50 billion a year from our government, above and beyond what's necessary to defend our own country. Is that what is happening here? Again, we're left to just
Massey is
speculate here.
always right about this stuff. Congressman Massey is the only politician that I even have the remotest amount of trust for.
By Donald Trump, who says that he passed away like a
Thomas
dog.
Massey.
A big insult to the Iranians. The Iranians really weren't happy about this. Soleimani was attacking U.S. military infrastructure inside of Iraq. Donald Trump responded, took him out. And right now, it looks like there is a concerted effort trying to bring Donald Trump to the larger kind of precipice of war with Iran. Now, hopefully we will do everything in our power to avoid that. Hopefully cooler heads prevail here. But there are a lot of concerted efforts to try to blame the assassination attempts on Iran. I don't think Iran made the Secret Service stand down. I don't think it was Iran that failed to, of course, pick up all of those inconsistencies when it came to security on that particular day. Now, again, Politico reported there were some Iranians, some kind of clandestine operation allegedly to attack Trump. Iranians hacked Trump administration, and the Iranians did this, the Iranians did that. There's no love affair between the Iranians and Donald Trump. Okay, yeah, fine. Do I see them making very aggressive kind of maneuvers here? As some people are saying, well, if you're going to have like a time machine, right, and you're seeing the writing on the wall here, if you're Ukraine or Iran, right, you can make the argument saying, under Donald Trump, things are not going to be comfortable for us. We got to take them out. There's plausible deniability. There's a reason to potentially, entertain those ideas, and those ideas are, I think, worth entertaining. I think, though, the people that are more capable, the people who have the most to lose, are the people within the kind of larger intel community that Donald Trump has been bunting heads with very significantly. It looks like there currently is a big tug of war, especially with the JFK, MLK, RFK documents, the Epstein documents. We still haven't gotten any of those. Who's really in charge here? There's also other kind of foreshadowing of the intel agencies flexing their might here. And I'm kind of left wondering what's really going on here. Now, big significant military strike, big significant military action. Was it the right move to make? What do you think? Donald Trump laid out his case, laid out his argument.
Thanks, Diane.
Yep,
Spencer. Yep.
100%.
100%. Yep.
This trade port if Gaza aid wasn't delivered. They once again threatened to do so. They didn't do it. They threatened to do so. Was this threat a legitimate threat? Was Donald Trump justified in launching this larger, bigger military strike against one of the poorest countries in the world? Is this something that's going to be the next big endeavor here? I hope not.
Whoops.
But what do you think? Was it a good move or a bad move? Let me know down in the comment section below. I love you guys. Again, very weird. A lot of people quiet about this. Your support was needed more than ever on lukeandfilter.com, all right? Seriously. seriously, it's only like 20 cents a day. It means a lot to us. And then we're able to actually release these videos.
Don't these people feel bad trying to hawk stuff to people all the time? Like even your own memberships and stuff. Like I would literally never even dream of trying to. I can't even sit here and talk about like, don't forget to join my membership, subscribe for you know, help us, you know, send me, like if on the times that I've asked for money, it's been because I straight up needed it. Like I could not find a way to make money any other way, and I was in a dire situation and in full tilt like survivor mode. But like as just a like, I don't know, way to maintain your income, I just really feel icky. I've always just felt icky about it. That's why I never really did well on Bigo, because you have to sit there and be like, come on guys, send beans, come on, you know, help me, like these people on TikTok lives that are like asking people to send galaxies or whatever. I don't really watch TikTok lives, so I'm not really sure, but I saw like a video on Ashley Trevino or whatever, and she had done that. Yep, that's right. Okay. The snow hitting the house. It's like thunk, thunk, thunk. I got my cat asleep right here and my dog asleep right here. The heater is right there behind you.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. You know, Rome wasn't built in one day, and so it takes time. Like I've been saying for years, it takes time for the pendulum to swing.
Can't wait to hear what you have to say about Trump bombing Iran.
Even moving into 2020, but it might have been a little bit premature, a little bit preemptive to call that, because of course social trends take time to manifest, to really come to fruition. It takes time for an ideology that's so deeply entrenched in society and culture, that has roots in our culture, to be, well, let's call it uprooted. But slowly but surely, and of course to the chagrin of Democrats, it's freaking happening. And where you see the signs, where you see the story told is in actual individuals. You know, people like Anna Kasparian, who we've been following over the last couple of years, she's pretty much the human embodiment of that political shift, that maneuvering. And well, I think we're finally reaching a point where it's starting to click, where the culture is shifting and people are changing and people are starting to realize. Anna Kasparian is finally saying it. She's declaring that she is done with the Democrat Party. Not that she's frustrated with the Democrat Party, not that she has issues, not just simple criticism, no, just straight up saying it, those words exactly. I am done with the Democrats, and even admitting that Democrats do more harm than Republicans do. We've watched this slow-motion red-pilling process for years now. First, he started questioning the absurdity of leftist identity politics and started pushing back on crime and homelessness policies, and now she is openly admitting that Democrats have made life a living hell. In other words, she is the embodiment of that cultural pendulum and that political pendulum shifting towards the other direction. And you know, we might have reached that midpoint as we now start accelerating upwards towards the other direction. Let me show you guys this clip and then let's talk about the whole concept at large. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so take a look at this clip right over here that popped up on my timeline.
When I look at my life right now and I ask myself, which political party has made my life worse? It's not the Republican Party. Locally speaking, the Democrats have complete control and they have nearly destroyed my family's livelihood. Okay, we are living in trash and squalor everywhere. And unless the Democratic Party actually acknowledge these issues and solve these issues, rather than stealing our taxpayer money and funneling it to their nonprofit friends, they keep doing this, they're gonna keep losing. And I'm gonna keep speaking out against them. I don't care how much they hate Trump. I don't care how naughty the Republicans are being. Right now, the people having a negative impact on my life is the Democratic Party, and they need to change their ways. When we say we want to change the status quo, it doesn't mean we want to live in anarchy. It doesn't mean that we want to have $24 billion of our taxpayer money in California stolen by these nonprofits. It means that we want working people to be rewarded for their hard work. We want affordable housing. We want better working conditions, higher wages, better health care. These are things that Democrats used to purport to want to do. They don't do any of it anymore. And so I'm done with them until they change their ways.
Yeah, and she's right. And I love the way she always draws back to the state of California, because the state of California is the leftist experiment. You know, that's basically where the Democrats are trying to take the federal government to. It's the Democrat social experiment happening in probably the most ideal place imaginable. I mean, California is supposed to be a utopian paradise run exclusively by Democrats. They've got the money, they've got the industry, they've got the land, they've got everything. It's one of the richest places on earth. And so you'd expect that if Democrat policies were going to work somewhere, well, they ought to be working in California, right? If Democrats are going to have an example for why their ideas are so great and work so well, you'd expect them to point straight to California and say, look, we ran this social experiment here and clearly it's the right way to govern, so let's start moving the country in that direction. But obviously that isn't the case now, is it? No, quite the opposite. California has become a dystopian hellscape at this point. Drug-addicted lunatics wandering the streets, small businesses fleeing in droves, a housing market so insane that even six-figure earners can't even afford a one-bedroom apartment, and a totally useless, wasteful government that keeps making everything worse. And you know what's funny is that these Democrats are constantly talking about how much value they bring to the table, right? Democrats get things done. Oh, all of our important programs that Republicans want to so callously and selfishly cut. Stacey Abrams was going on about her $2 billion government-funded new appliances scam the other day. She made that same argument, that Republicans hate us and want to defund our important programs because we get things done. They just hate the Democrats get things done. They're always so self-aggrandizing, talking about their programs and themselves and the party. We do so much, provide so much value, and the Republicans just want to take it away. But seriously, where is the frickin' value? The truth is, there is none. California is the most taxed, most regulated, most government intervention-heavy state in the country. And what do they have to show for it? Crumbling infrastructure? Zero progress on any major initiative? A bureaucratic machine that just sucks up tax dollars and then does what with it? With all these fancy, fluffy named programs and initiatives. What do? Well, they redistribute the taxpayer dollars to the same corrupt NGOs over and over again, and nothing frickin' gets done. It's a Democrat money laundering racket. I use the same examples in California every time. Look at their high-speed rail project, which they're billions upon billions of dollars deep in right now, and they've built nothing. You might be thinking, oh, well, you know, it takes time. Yeah, well, when do you think the California government announced this new high-speed rail project? Back in 2008. We're now 2025, and they've done nothing. Nothing. Well, maybe not nothing. They've built a little bit of rail, a small amount of rail, in the middle of the frickin' desert, and that's about it. After spending billions upon billions upon billions of dollars. 20 years later, tens of billions, still no train. Nothing. Not even a mile of usable track. Well, ask the question, where did the money go? Or how about the multi-billion-dollar war on homelessness? Another one of my go-tos to prove the money-wasting racket known as Democrat spending. They've spent billions of dollars on homelessness. And again, Gavin Newsom announced these plans, I think back in the early 2010s. They've spent more than the GDP of small countries on the issue of homelessness, And now it's worse than ever. They've gone backwards after spending billions. Why? Well, probably because Democrats don't solve problems, they fund them. They don't want solutions. They want permanent cash cows to keep the money flowing to their bloated bureaucracies. This is the Democrat racket. And this is exactly what Anna Kasparian, I think, is waking up to. She's spent years convincing herself that all these tax hikes and bloated government programs were necessary to help the people, right? That's called being a good Democrat. I'm a Democrat because I support the Puppies and Rainbows bill, and the Let's Feed Starving Children in Africa bill, and Kumbaya No Borders bill, because I'm such a good freaking person. They've convinced themselves that they're the good people because they're voting for all the nice-sounding programs. But at some point, these people need to ask themselves an obvious question. Where is the money going? Because clearly it's not helping people. Clearly, it's not solving problems. It's just feeding some grift machine. And that's not just unique to California, it's a federal issue too, and we're learning that quite clearly these days. We've tracked the billions funneled to leftist NGOs and all these fake humanitarian efforts, always under the guise of compassion, right? Every Democrat and their spouse seems to be running some very important program that's doing all kinds of good work, cleaning up the ocean and solving poverty and solving homelessness and solving starvation and solving the housing crisis. But all these problems continue to get worse and worse. And clearly there's no oversight. There's no actual accountability with these organizations. There's no proof that they're doing anything of value. And so what they're probably actually doing is simply stealing money. It's all a freaking scam. Always a humanitarian effort. Give me a break. I mean, just look at the border crisis, for instance, over the last 4 years. Billions of dollars wasted, all in the name of humanitarian aid, right? And well, what did it actually accomplish? Humanitarian aid? No. A humanitarian disaster of epic proportions. What have they funded? They funded a crisis that's hurt the American worker, hurt the working class, hurt communities by importing all kinds of crime and chaos in their neighborhoods, not to mention the pressure on social services. And then, of course, their policies and funded have enabled human trafficking and enriched South American narco traffickers. It wasn't humanitarian aid. It was a financial boon for criminals, smugglers, and of course, the leftist NGOs. And that, I think, is what people are waking up to. That's what I think Anna is waking up to. The question isn't whether government should help people. It's whether throwing unlimited amount of taxpayer money at bloated, unaccountable government programs is doing anything at all. Asking the question, are Democrats truly helping us or just making life worse? You know, I know the popular narrative has been, oh, Republicans are trying to take things away from you. But maybe cutting these programs and doing nothing isn't actually hurting you. It's the help you need. It's the help the country needs. And that right there seems to be the realization that many people are coming. Anyways, that's pretty much what I got for you guys on this one. Hopefully you enjoyed the
Spencer,
video.
yep.
Did make
So
sure
the
to
thing
like
though
and
about liberal
subscribe.
hive mind that
Thanks
pisses
for
me off
watching.
is
I'll see
he
you on the next one.
is like the opposite of TDS. He has like Trump like obsession. He does not ever call Trump out on anything that he's doing that is wrong, which I find to be a problem. I listen to his content because not necessarily because I like his takes, but he usually is talking about something that I'm interested in. So like I don't really like him as much as I like what he's talking about, and I'm trying to hear, you'll see this if you like. I can't really do a lot of it on YouTube, but if you watch me on both platforms, on BO or whatever, you pay attention to what I watch. I will watch the same story covered by multiple different people. I just want to hear what other people have to say. I just want to hear what everyone is saying about it so I can take in everyone's perspectives. But I don't really like his, I think that he might be Jewish. So he refuses to acknowledge anything that Israel is doing wrong. Therein being just upset, you know, Trump this, Trump that, Trump the third. So that's the reason I don't love him. Like I said, the only person that I really think that's like great in the political sphere, as far as talking heads go, maybe Jimmy Dore. I like Jimmy Dore, but mostly because he looks a lot like my Aunt Mara. She looks a lot like Jimmy Dore. I have a Ground News account, like I'm an affiliate with them. I always forget to tell you guys and like give you my link and stuff. But that's because I don't feel like I don't care. I think it's dumb to pay for something like that. I could get all the stories for free on the internet. I don't need to pay someone to tell me that it's biased. You know what I mean? So I haven't really promoted it or anything like that. But I really do like Ground News for that reason. But I like who do I really like? Dang, I don't even really know who I really like. I like Mark Dice. but Mark Dice is a little bit, he might actually be a little bit racist. Some of his jokes are just a little bit too off color sometimes, like, but you know, he's been at the forefront of the like white man bad stuff for a long time, so he might just be, you know, jaded from that. But oh, that's funny. You know, I just thought about too. I voted for Barack Obama in 2008 as well. I believe it was 2008. Was 2008 his first go round or his second go round? I was dating a black guy at the time, I think. I'm pretty sure I was. And we were like, we went together. I can't remember. I was addicted to drugs, so I don't remember. The guy that I was dating was a decent guy, sort of. Oops, that's not right. Okay, hold on. I gotta think for a second. Yep. Let's see, Mark Dice, Jimmy Dore, I like Jamal, aka Jamal. And I like Decoy Voice. Oh, We Are Change. We Are Change is like one of the one that we were just listening to. That's Luke Rudowski. I found out who Luke Rudowski was through, I used to watch, when I first started, like, getting into, like, watching YouTubers, I watched, what's his fucking name? Tim Pool. But I very quickly realized that I can't stand Tim Pool. He is a fucking shill. A total fucking shill. And so I realized I don't like him at all. And I stopped. But he was on his show at that time regularly. I don't think he's on Tim Pool's show anymore. I think they've had a falling out. But, Podcast of the Lotus Eaters is pretty good. Obviously, Russell Brand. Theo Vaughn is okay. I really like Candace Owens. I'm starting to really, really, really like her. I didn't like her before the Blake Lively stuff, and then the Blake Lively case started happening, and I was just like, wow, all right. I really like her coverage of the Emmanuel Macron.
In Belgrade, Serbia, thousands of protesters to potentially hundreds of thousands of protesters marched to the streets against their government by blocking their universities.
We gather here to support the students who've been blockading their universities for quite a long time. This is probably one of the largest protests Serbia has ever seen. We just needed to wait for the right moment, and right now everything smells like change.
Until 11 minutes into a 15-minute moment of silence, they reported getting hit by a sonic cannon. Now, one Redditor reported it felt like a semi-truck coming in at full speed, mixed with an airplane right over your head, as it was more of a shockwave than a sonic boom, but went straight through your body into your organs, extremely disorienting and uncomfortable. Now, it's hard to verify any of this, so we just gotta do our best to cross-reference anecdotes and video evidence to try to find the truth. as the German publication Deutsche Welle reported on the unexplained noise that startled the protest, where an independent outlet stated it was an acoustic weapon or sonic cannon, which is part of the Serbian security services arsenal, while the local police denied its use, stating it would have not been in accordance to the law, which is interesting, as several angles show the police retreating right before the protesters began fleeing. Now, I'm not going to make any definitive statements on what I think of these protests, as obviously I don't speak Serbian and rely entirely on the official outlet's translation on what they're saying and Reddit replies, as anybody can make up stories or add subtitles to another language to completely change the context of anything. But what we do know is these protests have been going on for a while, as they were originally angry at the government's response to the railway station collapse that ended the lives of 15. And that's all I can pretty much confirm on the outside in, as the students seem angry at their president that I can't even pronounce his name correctly. I believe it's Alexander Vucic, and correct me in the comments if you know how to say it. But from what I can tell, he has a long history of support from the Soros family. So take that information however you like. As Reuters reports on the rallies, stating there have been months of these protests where their government denies accusations of incompetence, but says Western intelligence agencies are backing the push to destabilize them.
Yep.
And it is interesting to see protesters waving the flags from
That's how you
not
spell it.
Serbia were quickly shut down from joining the protest. So I believe it's a mix of everything. Students banding together to protest their government, outside forces trying to infiltrate their group to push their own agenda, and probably a local police force using the LRAD against their own citizens. As I also saw posts online of people saying it was actually a flashbang that scared the protesters. And as these are just random anonymous accounts, they have about as much credibility as that original Reddit reply. Except I haven't seen any footage of the flashbang, and from the evidence we did see, it seemed consistent with the LRAD. As this sounds like sci-fi, but the long-range acoustic device was developed back in the 2000s and was actually used in America 4 years ago.
It's actually called the LRAD device, and earlier today, police demonstrated the device for members of the press. They say it is primarily a communication tool, but the warning tone can be used to defend themselves in immediate safety situations. And last night, police say they deployed it twice when lasers were pointed at the LRAD truck driver and rocks and bottles were thrown at the truck. Police acknowledge it can be dangerous, but not, they say, when it's used correctly.
And there have been cases around the country, we've heard reports that other police agencies have used it in ways that potentially have caused hearing damage.
Which is terrifying when you think of the active denial system, where a Joe Rogan guest, and I'm not sure of his name, explained how scary it is.
In the military, called the active denial system. They can send a beam at a crowd coming to attack and make them stop still right in their tracks. They can make you feel like you're on fire, make you feel like you want to vomit. They can even put voices in your head. They can make you be in extreme pain. It's called the active denial system.
And honestly, I think this is just the tip of the iceberg in terms of what new horrifying weapons exist in 2025. So if the authorities are willing to scramble your insides after a few months, I'd be terrified to think of what they'd do after a year. So hopefully Serbia can find a resolution that satisfies their citizens before this gets any spicier. But if you appreciate my concise, lighthearted commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality, hopefully I've earned your subscription, then be sure to like the video and leave a comment, as apparently that's the only way to see me return to your YouTube feed.
Come see us on tour.
This
You'll
is
be in
Jimmy Dore.
Baltimore, Hartford, Connecticut, Syracuse, Atlantic City, Levittown, New York, Cohoes, New York, and Providence, Rhode Island. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets. Lack of access to safe drinking water. And man, it's amazing how bad the water is in America. People, I used to think, anyway. And the resultant spread of infectious diseases that kills at least 1.4 million people annually. Hey, so what do you think then? So what is your take then on RFK? Because his whole thing was taking on big pharma, so to the point where people think he's a kook, even though in 2008, Barack Obama was considering him to be the head of the EPA. He was such an environmental champion. He cleaned up the Hudson and he sued all the chemical company. He won. He sued Big Pharma and he won, and he lost his reputation for it. But now his whole thing is cleaning up the water supply, the food supply, and getting corruption. What did you see any hope there?
Well, it's an admirable goal. I mean, you're right about water. And of course, all these poor kids who have lead poisoning in cities like Detroit from the water.
You know that lead
So he's
poisoning,
right about
the symptoms of lead
and
poisoning make you
you're right.
like
He was a very
irrational, angry,
courageous and successful
like
environmental lawyer. And Big
think about what
Pharma
Detroit is like.
is a monster. You know, they buy patents and then jack the price up by 1,000%. They, of course, are shoving all sorts of drugs. I mean, you know, we know that when they get a new drug, they'll just invent a disease to sell it to us. You can go on CNN. I mean, I don't watch CNN, but I'll put it on in the car because I love the commercials. It's all for like people going bankrupt or people who need some kind of drug I've never heard of or some kind of disease I've never heard of that has like all sorts of side effects right up to, you know, approaching mortality. So yeah, big pharma's. I have no trust or
Confidence,
sympathy for big pharma. That's part of the whole for-profit healthcare system, which is extractive. I mean, it's awful.
So let's skip ahead a little bit. Carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is well above the 350 parts per million. That was considered to be the breaking point, but we've been past that for a long time.
That's right.
And the people who used to tell me about that, like John Kerry and Barack Obama and Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg, they keep buying beachfront property, and they keep flying around the world in private jets, and so it's hard for me. I'm questioning it now. I was a diehard climate change guy, and after Russiagate, after the Ukraine war, after the Syrian gas attacks, and especially after COVID, which was the biggest, I can't say what it was, pulled on America and the world, you know, a virus created by our own government, funded by our own tax dollars, and then, which it wasn't, I don't want to get into it, but I question it. Am I crazy to question the climate? Right, because I see how all the medical journals are now infected with big pharma money, so they suppress. I mean, look what they did to ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, miracle drugs. And they made them sound like they were poison and horse paste.
My doctor will not prescribe me ivermectin or hydrochloroquine because they're toxic, she says.
So I see how, I mean, I got into it with the editor of the British Medical Journal, and I exposed him for being under the thumb of Big Pharma. It wasn't hard to do because I was able to do it. I'm not a genius. So after I saw how absolutely corrupt the medical system is from top to bottom, to where they can intimidate my local doctor and my local pharmacy, I'm
Heather
at least
Jane.
questioning. I know the people who scream the loudest about climate change don't believe it. So what do you say? Are you skeptical at all?
I do worry about climate change, but I'm with you on Russiagate, obviously. I mean, that's how I lost my job at the website Truth Dig, both Bob Scheer and I, because we challenged that fictitious narrative that Trump was a Russian asset and all this kind of stuff. And so all the well-heeled friends in Malibu and Malibu, is it Malibu? Is that in California?
Yes,
all the rich,
that's
it.
it.
Yeah, Malibu at her little club didn't like her anymore, so we were gone. The publisher. No, I'm with you on all that, but on climate change, yeah, I worry. But you're also right that everything's been bought off.
I mean, there is climate change just part of our natural Earth cycle, and we are exacerbating our Earth and poisoning it, but they are also using it as a way to scam billions of dollars and control the population. These things can all be true at the same time.
The pharmaceutical industry, the health industry, everything. And all these environmental groups have been...
We're listening to Jimmy Dore right now.
So I'll get into animal agriculture, but animal agriculture is as pernicious.
Hi, Jamie. Yeah, 41. Today is my 41st birthday.
Industry, but big ag, you know, buys it up. You can't. I'm a vegan because of that. I that's. So yeah, you're right. The whole system is essentially
Chain
dominated
6.
by these corporate oligarchic interests and their interests are not our interests.
Come see us on tour. We're going to be in Baltimore, Hartford, Connecticut, Syracuse, Atlantic City, Levittown, New York, Cohoes, New York, and Providence, Rhode Island. Go to jimmydore.com.
Barefoot, Kel was in here earlier. She says hello. Dude, I have all my leather supplies. My bus is next door. If I just like need anything, I can just like go get it. Can't wait to be back in my bus. I really can't stand this weather right now. Really wish it was nice out. I really, really want to get in the bus. I want to be out of here. As soon as I'm out of here, we'll have a washer and dryer inside this shed as well. So that's another big factor in my desire to be the fuck out of here. I literally never wanted to be in this shed. Like, the idea of being in the shed was nicer to me than being in a tent in the yard, you know, or whatever. Like, I wanted to be in the shed, not in a tent, because of obvious reasons, being in the tent. But, like, if I had my choice, like, I would much rather have my bus here and be living in my bus. But now, you know, obviously the bus is fucking going back to nature. There's a huge fucking leak inside the bus. And I should probably go check on that, actually. Yeah, I should go check on that right now. I found out, though, that the place down the street, there's like a animal care place. They do sell the apple horse variety, which is fine for me. I don't really give a crap. I'll take the horse variety. Actually, here in my bus somewhere, I think I actually have some ivermectin now that I think about it. All right, let's get it. Catch that water. Well, that's good. It like stopped leaking. Holy God, it's cold in here. Look at the cottage. Isn't that cute? I was gonna rent it. She wants too much money for it, though. Fuck. Winnie Bunny. I think it's 33 or something like that here right now. 32. It's snowing, I know that. The wellness company. Okay, I'll look into it. Is that the one that Candace Owens advertises? Because I actually wanted to reach out to that company and see if they wanted to sponsor me. Whatever company it was that Candace Owens was being, one of her videos was sponsored by it. I mean, obviously, like, I'm not going to have anywhere close to Candace Owens' reach, but especially once I start building my bus out, the people that will see those posts. Burr.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for...
Did you guys hear about this? Whoa, what's wrong with your belly? Did you guys hear about the woman or the man who was held hostage for like decades by his fucking stepmother since he was 11 years old? He's like 32. He set fire to the house and that's how he got out. Like, this dude is like badass. He literally just decided one day, today's the day. He said that months before, about a year ago, maybe 2, his actual father passed away. And when his father passed away, his stepmother did allow him to take some of his father's clothing items. And in one of the jacket pockets, he found an old lighter. And he held on to it and just like bid his time. And then, yeah, that was the day. He set fire to the house. He didn't say anything for a while. He wanted it to get out of control, so she couldn't put it out herself. Crazy story. I'm in Oregon.
Conversation with you. As you all know, on February 17th, around 8:40 p.m., Waterbury police responded to 2 Blake Street on a report of a fire. Officers and fire investigators immediately realized there were some grave concerns about some of the conditions in the house. There were 2 occupants of the house, one being Kimberly Sullivan, the stepmother of the male victim. Officers and fire investigators quickly realized that there was a room in the house that appeared to have locks on it from the exterior portion of the house. They began to speak to the male victim, who disclosed that he was being held captive in the house for an extended period of time, approximately 20 years.
20 fucking years.
We worked closely with the state's attorney's office, Maureen Platt, as well as Assistant State's Attorney Don Thurkelson, because frankly, what was being reported was unfathomable to us at that point in time. Through those investigative
you want water or something? Come here.
through search warrants,
I literally filled your water bowl up. Come here, Mom.
Seize physical evidence and conduct interviews and dig up some more information that corroborated the victim's story. This investigation, as the mayor points out, continues. Is very open and very active. We were able to obtain arrest warrants for Kimberly Sullivan. She was arrested yesterday. She was arraigned in Waterbury Superior Court. She's currently being held on a $300,000 bond. You know, at this point, I'll open the floor up for any questions.
The biological father, we've learned that he recently left the home, and our lawyer is saying that we need to look deeper into his part in all of this.
I thought the father died.
The investigation, is he being held accountable at all?
The biological father is deceased and died in January of 2024.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Prior to his death, he was wheelchair bound from some medical conditions.
Also, it was reported to the school system that this boy at the time, now 32-year-old man, he was starving, he was asking other kids for lunch. I mean, is this a failure on the school system that this matter was not taken more seriously?
So we're doing some background investigation. There are two.
The school called CPS 20 times trying to help that boy.
System of dealing with that address and with the family back in 2005. One was a request from DCF to do a welfare check at the location because children that the victim was familiar with hadn't seen him and they were concerned about him. Officers went to the house. The house was clean. It was lived in. They spoke to the victim at that point in time, and there were no cause for any alarm or any conditions that existed that would.
They called CPS because he was starving. He was eating out of the garbage can at school. And the people at school were like, what the fuck? And they tried to help him. And this was in the early 2000s, like 2002.
In that particular investigation. We were called back to the house in the latter part of April by the family who wanted to file a harassment complaint against members of the school district, saying that they were continuously reporting them to DCF and felt that they were trying to get the family in trouble and have the family investigated. We have no further information about where that went, other than there was no proof provided by the family that there was any type of harassment that was occurring. You know, as far as the school district's concerned, we are looking at those records now. We're working with DCF to look at records that they may have from previous investigations, and that's part of the ongoing investigation.
So the thing is when an investigation is unfounded, they toss out the paperwork. Like, I mean, now it's a computer system, but in the 2000s, it was all paper system. So, like, the old records from closed cases or unfounded cases have been just they're gone. They've been discarded of. So I don't know why the cop, like, I know this information from other things that I've already seen. I don't know why the police officers, you know, being so vague. Why do I have more information than the sheriff? That's weird.
Continuously, as the family, I guess, alleged, you know, was there more contact from DCF, and do you know anything about how that would run?
So the only contact we had was back in April of 2005 when we were notified to conduct that welfare check. And again, we're looking for those records now to determine where that investigation may have gone, but there was no further reported information to the Waterbury Police Department.
So when you had an officer go out there that first time, you're saying everything looked normal, it looked like a normal childhood, but the school district, the principal told us that the child looked really small, malnourished, was drinking from a urinal at school, was taking kids' food. So, I mean, with all that information, the officer still concluded that the child was safe at that time?
Well, the officer didn't have that information. So
you can look at the child and see him.
Is now disclosing all this information, and I believe in the news clips I've reviewed that he was making calls to DCF and other agencies. Waterbury Police were never notified by this particular principal.
Sounds like the cop's trying to cover his ass.
So this is all information that is coming out now.
It's a CYA situation, guys. It's a CYA situation.
Well, I believe he's wrong if that's what he said, because there's no record of it.
Okay.
You said that there was some evidence that corroborates the story of the gentleman. Can you talk any more about what that is, or how do you go about corroborating a story like this that's so extraordinary?
Right. So there's some physical evidence that was seized from the house that does corroborate the fact that that room did have exterior locks on it and a number of different styles of exterior locks. As was explained during an interview with the victim throughout the years, it appeared that the locks increased in security levels as time progressed, and obviously he became older and maybe a little bit stronger. So that's certainly one component, and then there's other components of the fire investigation that are part of the evidence package as well.
And I'm sorry if you said this, but were these the only two individuals living in that home?
Yes, there were two siblings. They were in and out of the home, but they have since moved out.
Okay, so are they going to be held responsible at all for not saying anything? There's no way they didn't know about it. That whole house should be arrested.
Talk to DCF about what their protocol is on when they share information with police. DCF does work closely with police departments and provides a lot of information to police departments in a number of different ways. I don't know what their protocol is on when they share that information, so that would be something that they would have to respond to.
Chief, how's the victim doing now? Obviously, some serious conditions. We've read about the PTSD and depression. What can you share about how the victim's faring?
Right, so obviously he's got a lot of mental health issues that he has to deal with at this point in time. There are a lot of physical conditions that he's working on as well. I mean, here's an adult that was 5'9" and 68 pounds. There's some apparent orthopedic issues. The room was very small. Honestly, when I read about it and talk to the investigators and overlook the interviews, it was worse than the conditions of a jail cell. So there's a lot of physical therapy that he'll have to go through. There's a lot of healing that he'll have to go through mentally. And I can tell you this: our investigators, and I'll specifically point out Detective Steve Brownell and Detective John Pace, who were the lead investigators in this particular case, but all the investigators, the entire Criminal Investigations Bureau, has been very supportive of the victim. They took a collection up and bought him some items to try to make life more comfortable, some clothing and some books and some things to kind of get him along the way as he goes through this process. But, our plan is to continue to support him. He's going to need a lot of support.
Yeah, what is the hell's gonna happen to this guy now? He's been fully taken care of, you know what I mean? Like, he's been under this situation for the last fucking 20 years. He's never had a job. He doesn't have he has no idea how to use an iPhone. Like, how does this person, like, what are the steps to make sure that he's able to acclimate into fucking society? What kind of a situation, like, what is he gonna go in government care? Like, this is just fucked up. It's a fucked up situation. And I'm like really uncomfortable with this sheriff. This sheriff is giving me really uncomfortable feelings. Like, it's trying to cover his ass. I don't think he could have unalived her. He's like 5'9" and like, I think he said like 85 pounds or something like that. Like, oh, sorry, mama. Sorry, mama. I didn't mean to scare you. Man, Adam was watching. I went to give Adam some food. I went to go pick some food up a little bit earlier, and I gave him his food delivery, and he was watching Game of Thrones, and now I'm like kind of thinking I want to watch Game of Thrones. But if I'm gonna watch Game of Thrones, I'm gonna have to go somewhere on the other app because yeah, copyright and all that jazz. Street sweeper! It's about time for the snowplow to go by. I was wondering when that was gonna happen. Dude, a guy drove by. When I went to the store, I was like trying to, turn out onto the road. And as I was turning out onto the road, this guy drove by and he had a fucking like a VW bus, but it was like 4-wheel drive or something like that. And he was towing a fucking snowmobile. His bus had like 3 feet of snow piled on the roof of it. So obviously he just came from like the mountains. It was really cool. I was like, damn, he was really taking that thing out there like that? He must have had a fun week, and I've never been snowmobiling. I want to go snowmobiling. I think I'm gonna download this video and just post the fast forward of it all to my timeline. Edit it to cut out the parts where I got up and walked around. I was just about to pull my fucking visor down. Thanks, Spencer. Have a great day. Oh, yeah. Yeah, she is lucky that she didn't die by fire. Why do I hear a dog whining? My boy needs a BONE. He doesn't have anything to chew on, and I don't have one for him. And there's no possible way I'm going to be going into town. There's already been a number of accidents on the road that I've seen or heard about today. So it's my birthday. I'm not going to go fucking putting my life at risk for a BONE, you know? Maybe we'll get lucky. I'll just go look over there and see if there's one over there. Maybe we'll get lucky. I'm pretty sure that there's nothing there, though. I like love these squishy things now that I realized I was using the wrong size. These little hand cushy things are the bomb. I can control my tool in ways that I had not been able to control it before. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, I just leveled my fucking quality of work up because now I'm able to like pull off more even professional stitches because my hand can get in this like rhythm where all the stitches end up coming out the same size, which is how you level up and make shit look professional. It's so much easier. It's chain. I'm almost done, I'm almost done, I'm almost done. I'm so close. I just have to do basically what I'm doing right now, these exact same rows, like just a few more times. I don't have to change anything up so I can go on autopilot. Heather, you silly goose. sir. Thank you so much. Dang, man. Thanks, guys. Hi, Marcus. I hope you're having a great day too. That's so nice. Today is my birthday, and so the only thing that I want for my birthday from everybody is that you guys do your best to have a great day. That's all I want. And I hope that you get to spend your day doing literally whatever you want. Like, if you have to go to work, cool. But, like, hopefully you're doing something you like or want to do. Or you get to eat your favorite meal. Dude, I think I want to teach people how to do crochet stuff. And, like, what I mean by that is, like, the fundamentals and, like, why things are done. So, like, things that they don't tell you is why you're doing anything. So, like, they just say, okay, do this, do that, do this, do that, whatever. And then that's all there is to it, right? You're not told, okay, well, we're going to be increasing here because when we increase here, it makes it so that it puts us here where we need to be for that reason, da, da, da. And so we're going to use this particular crochet stitch so that we can achieve that goal. Like, none of them say that. They all just literally say, okay, and then you're going to do this, this. It's like, okay, I'm going to read you the instructions that okay. CH3, 2DC on the first ST. CH2, SC on the CH5SP, CH2, make a V shell in the middle CH1SP of the next V shell, repeat to blank until the last V shell, C2, SC on the 5 CHSP, CH2, 3DC on the third CH from the beg of the Prev row turn. Okay, cool. I could do all that, but could you tell me why we're doing that? Because I want to know why, how. I want to understand. I want to be able to have a vision in my mind, and I want to be able to make it. But I can't do that if I don't understand why we're doing all this stuff. It's very confusing. Marcus, you are watching what I'm doing for my birthday. This is my birthday. I went last weekend. I took my kid to Seattle, and that was my birthday present to myself, was taking Josh and Elliot out of town. So that's what I wanted to do for my birthday, is I wanted to do something fun with my kid, and we got to do it as a family, which was really nice. cool, Nene. Ha, Jude. I was singing that song earlier too when Elliot called me to tell me happy birthday. He was like, well, what are you going to be doing today, Mom? And I was like, then I started singing that song, the real version. It's my birthday and I'll cry if I want to. I don't think he's ever heard that song before. Unless it's from a movie or something. There is something very wrong about this. I don't understand how I literally have a whole ass fucking row more on that side than I literally followed the instructions exactly the same. And there's literally an entire I have to undo everything I've just done. Literally everything. Like, that's like a big, like there's no way to fix it other than doing that. we're on the right track right here. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That can't be right. The fuck? All right, let's just go back to 9. Sounds like it's raining. Allergy pills for Orly. Were they in the same package as the other ones? I don't remember. I haven't had to give him any medication other than the tummy stuff from the other day. He's wearing his little sockies right now, though. I don't think he's chewing on his feet for any reason other than they're wet. It's been raining nonstop or snowing and slushy, so he's been stepping in water a lot more. He also does need his toenails trimmed and his dew claws, the under paws and stuff done. Like he needs to have the hair shaved. I got the buzz trimmer in the bus, so I finally have that with me. That's not. Yeah, it is. Okay. like the picture. I was literally one row from being done. Kim, did you see what Trump did in Yemen? Some fucking wild shit from the supposed president of peace. Heather. God damned it, Heather. Oh, okay. I mean, I've already fixed whatever I fucked up before, so here we are. Right on track. Must have skipped a row on accident somewhere. Oh, cool. I want some monsteras. I want to do, I just got a video, like I just found a pattern for making monstera leaves with crochet. Girls, nobody's here. Stop it. There's nobody here. Problem is I'm doing this one right. And I did the other one wrong. God grant me the serenity to not destroy what I create. I totally just skipped a row and Yeah, Monstera fruit is good. I think it's Monstera, but you have to let it ripen for like 4 months or it can kill you. So it's one of those things. And it only ripens it only does the fruit like once every so long. Yeah, Emmanuel Macron, the president of France, was actually 14 when he met his now wife, who was his teacher. So she was his teacher. She was 39 years old. He was 14 and he was in drama class. And she saw him acting in the drama class and just fell in love with him. Get the fuck out of here. You mother... Now I'm on a roll fucking up. Can't believe that I missed a stitch and it makes it smaller. Bigger, I mean. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say words out loud? And now that means that it's time to start whining? You're not trapped. You know that, right? I move it and then you move. No, I don't know where I was. What are you chewing on? What are you chewing on? Ah. Orly. Ah. Hey. Ah. Ah. Hello? Dude. Ah. Orly. Stop it. Dude, he's fucking eating the goddamn brand new socks that I just bought. There's like literally no way in hell I can let him. Stop fucking chewing on those, you asshole. You better not have. Okay, now that you have completely messed up my whole thing here. Let's see if I can figure out where the fuck I'm at. Now that I took the socks off, he doesn't want to chew on his feet anymore. At least he's not chewing on them. That's all that matters. Trying to recreate my mistake in my last thing has been very trying on my patience. Okay, come on now. I hate that sound. Breathing and mouthing is like the grossest. This was my birthday present to myself. It's called Sanity. And these ones have a little dial on them. So like if you want to hear what's going on kind of, you can do that. Or if you want to just like turn it off, you can do that too. Ah, that's better. It's called this. Sanity is right here. So if you turn them where you can hear some, like I could hear everything in the room, I can engage with everything, but I cannot hear high-pitched sounds. Those ones that make you like, that make you mad instantly. I can't hear those at all with my loops in. Like these things here, I got these in the mail the day that I went on the trip with Elliot and Josh to Seattle. I did not have a freak out while I was driving in Seattle and Elliot was asking a bunch of questions. I didn't have a freak out being overwhelmed in town, trying to keep and wrangle Elliot. Like I was gold. I'm telling you, 99.9% of the things that make me a bad mom, you know what I mean? Like the parts where I'm not my best, is because the sound of his high-pitched squealing, it makes me like I can't function. I literally can't function with that kind of like in my environment. I don't know, I have no control over it. But with these, I can't hear that. So I don't get mad instantly from the sound of anything. And so like that right there was about to set me off. I was about to like really, I'm getting irritated from the sound of him doing that, but now I can't hear it. It's so nice. But I can still hear everything else. Yeah, well, it was 100% the loops that kept me cool. Because, you know, they don't call me Turnaround Heather for nothing. You know I miss my turns. So, like, you miss your turn in Seattle. Plus, I was in the car with Josh, and I don't know if you ever overhear like Josh driving, you'll hear like all he does the entire time in the car is observe and comment, aka complain, about every other driver on the road and like the things that those drivers are doing. And I have to try to ignore him so that I'm not like defending a driver in traffic and getting in an argument with my husband over it. You know what I mean? Are you chewing on my blanket? Hello? But I couldn't hear that either. It was nice. Yes. Sanity. I'm scared you're gonna chew on my cord. Yep, that's pretty much the way it works, Geo. What are you doing, Orlor? It really looks like you're chewing on the blanket.
What is this here, Hassan? Oh, Hassan.
See, I can hear that
Hassan's
perfectly
probably
fine.
probably having a bad day about the Houthi thing, right?
Yesterday, Hassan once again spent a significant amount of his stream talking about Asman.
Trump did what? He killed the... Wait, what is this? Leader of ISIS in Iraq was killed. His miserable life was terminated. Oh no! Luffy's in trouble. And other ships...
No, Luffy's in trouble. I'm so edgy and funny. Lol, you're so mad. Am I? Does it seem like it? You are though, guy is seething. Yeah, I'm seething. I'm so mad. Oh man. Why is this making him come so hard? He has to. I think he's faking it. This is the fakest orgasm I've ever seen. Okay, bro, are we about to have a Houthi rebel on stream? Yes, brother. I'm a journalist. Okay, this is journalism. Does he know what One Piece is?
He's been watching it since he was a kid.
The whole way. We love you too, man.
I love you. I love you so much.
We're big fans. We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do.
Surely bombing one of the poorest countries on the planet for implementing a blockade against Israel for the crime of doing a genocide will make people love us in Israel this time. Another $1 billion wasted here. So it's not a blockade when you're attacking and taking hostages and killing people that are on civilian trade ships. They're not tracking the different ships like, oh, we've got to stop this one because it's going to Israel. Like the one example that he showed in that video had nothing to do with Israel. Here's the way I see it, okay? If we can't use our military to kill people that attack our trade ships and protect international waters, then I want my money back. Shooting up what they said were lawnmowers, if we can't take care of this, I want my fucking money back. Every line of this rhetoric is disingenuous and dishonest and manipulative. Like, this is the most deliberate misinterpretation that you could possibly have. I can't even believe you can't think this way.
It's literally like talking to fucking Anne Frank, basically. Okay, being able to talk to Anne Frank.
That was it. See, if you had been paying attention, you would have caught this fuck up a long time ago. This vest is going to be large in the front and small in the back. Good job, Heather. All right, let's see. I remember seeing it when I was doing this, and I was like, dang, dude, that looks like, it's like curving on, like, that just doesn't seem right. Oh, well. All right, let's see if we're on target here. Yep, right on target. Okay. So we're gonna have a vest that is literally huge in the front. Hopefully it compensates for the small, God damn it, Heather. The first time that you ever do a project, it always comes out like shit, so I'm not gonna get onto myself too hard about it. Another thing that I've noticed is when I wear these earplugs, the volume of my voice goes down considerably because I can hear myself talking, whereas normally when I'm speaking, the ambient sounds around me make me unable to hear my own voice, so I speak louder, and I'm a loud person because of my inability to hear. So when I wear these earplugs, sometimes I talk so low that you can't hear me. Like Josh and Elliot are, huh? I'm making a vest. Like, I literally don't want to sit here and play videos over and over, and I just want to like listen to a video straight through, so.
Next week, these same influencers will partner with a new brand that is going to tell you that you need this product in order to be an it girl, a clean girl, a cool girl, and that this product is even better, and we just can't stop. We keep buying. Now, we have to talk about the fake lives that these influencers are selling you in order to make you buy. They have to create this facade that pulls you in so that you want to spend money, that you trust their opinion. We've all seen it. The glittering yachts, the perfect tans, the vacations to the Bahamas, the unbelievably toned abs that look smoothed out by Facetune. I'm looking at you. I know what you're up to. Like, they literally don't look real. Like, you're telling me you wear that Nara Smith in the kitchen to cook a meal for your child? I don't think so. Oh, frick off, Nara Smith. Come on. Nobody bakes in a blouse like that. And the reality is it's because these videos are not real at all. Obviously, Nara Smith put that entire outfit on for her video. It's an entire part of why people watch her, because she wears these ridiculous outfits to cook food for her husband. Many influencers also tweak their appearance and use heavy filters in order to completely change their appearance online. But we really wouldn't know unless we looked very closely. Can you spot that my body has been edited in this video? I literally wouldn't know. What? Okay, that's crazy. It literally did not look edited at all. Like, I'm not saying, like, maybe the waist was a little too snatched, but it didn't look anything drastic. I would have never been able to tell.
You want to know what the scariest, most toxic thing about the fitness industry is?
Let me see.
That most of it is pretty much fake, because apps like Facetune unfortunately exist where you can morph and change your body to look a certain way so that, you know, fitness influencers can sell you their programs, their products, their apps, when in reality, we don't look like this at all. I'm not very good at this app, as you can probably tell, but there's literally a resizing button. There's an enhance button. I don't even look human. Look at this. I don't even look human.
That is absolutely bizarre. Have you ever gotten that ad for that editing app where it shows you that you can morph your body and it doesn't change the background, like it uses AI? I can't. Some even stage entire vacations without even paying for them, or they rent Lambos literally just to take pictures. The tale is as old as Instagram is. Just look at what this influencer, Natalia Taylor, did. She faked an entire Bali vacation by just taking pictures in IKEA. All just because she wanted to see how many of her followers she could trick into thinking that she went on this luxurious vacation. And guess what? It actually worked. Over 300,000 of her Instagram followers literally thought she took a vacation to Bali when she was literally just posing in front of weird IKEA furniture. This just goes to show how easy it is to warp other people's perceptions of you online. When we see these influencers living these perfect lives, we think, why can't I go on a vacation to Bali? Why don't I have the coolest outfit? Why don't I have perfect skin? The answer is simple. You're a real person with a real life. Influencers are selling you a fantasy that really isn't even real for them in order to keep you hooked. So you keep paying attention and in turn buy all of the products that they keep on selling you. You have to remember that they're also living a truly glorified and fabricated version of their own existence just for other people's perception online. Think about the rented Lambos, the rented apartments, the things that aren't even real, the things that they don't even own, just to show you a life so that you buy into who they pretend to be, which is actually insane. Like, imagine taking off your makeup at the end of the day and being like,
yeah, none of that was real. I'm gonna go back to my like little shack out back and not live in this apartment that I just fooled everyone into thinking was real.
oh, the irony. So many influencers will also share their luxury hauls showing off Chanel, Louis Vuitton, Gucci, when in reality, here's the plot twist.
I'm one of those
Usually they just buy
influencers,
alternatives to
totally.
look
I
like
don't
the real
actually
thing.
live
Or
in
they go
this
on really
shack.
shady websites.
I really live
I don't
in a
want to name
luxury
them.
apartment.
They call it the Yellow Gate in order to fake the look of luxury goods at a fraction of the cost.
If you like this, but you don't want to pay this, there's this or this. If you don't want to pay this, there's this or this. If you still don't want to pay this, there's this or there's
It's a lot of
this. If
options.
you still don't want to pay this, then there is this. Let me know which option you prefer. Save and follow for more.
Chanel dupe? Because the reality is, online, who would ever know that you have a fake bag? Who would ever know that you're wearing fake Chanel flats? Nobody would know because nobody gets to see you close up enough and you only share what you want to with your followers. AliExpress finds under $100. Can you believe I got a Chanel find for under $10? Let's see what I found on AliExpress. They are doing the same packaging. They are doing the same products, literal dupes. They have the same boxes, the same bags. I cannot believe this, you guys. Oh my. And you know what? To the naked eye, who would believe that that's a fake? I don't know. Me personally, I don't ever think that when somebody's carrying a designer item that it's fake. I don't automatically jump to that, but I know a lot of people do, especially if you're rocking a pilled black legging fit with like holes in your leggings and holes in your shirts and you throw on that. People might know that. Just get new leggings. It'll obviously look better. You guys, this is an insane haul of Chanel. Clearly, you can tell from my channel, there are a lot of things I detest. I feel like a lot of my channel is based on things that I absolutely hate. But one thing that I hate to the farthest extent is people buying fake designer and proudly rocking fake designer pieces out in public. It is so cringe. There are stunning brands for a fraction of the price that are not luxury goods that you could be paying for to have real leather goods that actually are absolutely amazing, but instead you are buying cheap, fast fashion items that are complete knockoffs of original designs, also that you can fit. Wake up. I would rather you buy a random bag from Shein than do that. That is just so... I need a breath. On another note, these influencers will go out and they will proudly buy these fake designer items in order to show their influencers that they're rolling in the dough and that they can afford items as expensive as a Chanel flat bag. But in reality, a portion of them cannot afford the real thing, just like any normal person couldn't. They could be swimming in credit card debt or drowning in all of this fake knockoff merchandise. A lot of them are also using the option of Afterpay and not even buying the item in full in the first place. But then, of course, they're making money off of affiliate links where they show you, this is my Chanel flat bag, and they're linking the real Chanel flat bag in order to make a profit from your real purchase. Double standard much? But the influencer fiasco reached a whole new low when folks realized that this Target haul TikToker, Marlena Velez, was actually shoplifting.
An influencer was arrested after flaunting stolen goods to her 300,000 followers on TikTok.
She only had 200,000 followers when it all went, or no, she had 300,000 followers. She's gained 150,000 followers since she got caught shoplifting.
Cheaper prices. Police posted surveillance images of Velez online, which led to an anonymous tip to Marlena's socials, where they found her flaunting the items that she'd stolen to her hundreds of thousands of followers. Cops identified and later brought her into custody on charges of petty theft.
That is savage. And especially because it ended up going everywhere. That is really embarrassing. Some of these comments are so good. That's why I don't believe in social media, because everything is fake, you guys. The truth is, there is literally nobody going,
"You must make TikTok calls. You must be posting about TikTok. Otherwise, you will not get..."
Do you know how much content there is out there that you can create that doesn't involve you buying things, overspending, overconsumption? Literally just do your nails on camera and talk about your ex-boyfriend. Like, I'm gonna eat it up. Like, literally stuffing things into her bag that she knows is stolen and then bragging about her purchases on social media. Fast forward to now, she's got her face all over the news for suspicion of shoplifting twice. She didn't do it once, she did it a second time.
Influencer with hundreds of thousands of followers is in trouble with the law again. Police say she was caught on surveillance video in Target scanning fake barcodes for certain items. The same exact crime that she was just arrested for a couple of weeks ago. NBC2's Kennedy Mason is live at the Target on Pine Island Road.
As you scroll through Marlena Velez's TikTok, you'll find videos of her showing off her home and her life. But what you may not find in this screen is where she gets her items and how. Cape Coral police say she stole 16 items from this Cape Coral Target this weekend using fake barcodes.
That is literally insanity. The fact that they had video evidence of her and it was an anonymous tip that said, "I know this girl on TikTok," and you go and do it again, shame on you. Like that news reporter said, if you glance at her TikTok page, you'll see that she's got a beautiful family, a nice home, a beautiful car. She goes to the gym. What? I mean, look at her home. Everything looks so cute. It's very TikTok aesthetic, making me want to buy. White home, white aesthetic. Oh, I'm cutting up salamis. She's just wholesome. I'm just making dinner for my family. Or this one, spend the evening with us as a family of 4. She's got 2 cute little kids. Yeah, she doesn't look like the type of person that would just be casually shoplifting, but here we are. And then you see her posts literally today with the audacity pretending like none of this happened. I bet she's been deleting hate comments for months saying, "You're gonna steal those kids too? You're gonna steal the tires from the tire shop too, Marlena?" And Marlena isn't one of the only influencers that's completely building a fake reality to sell to her fans. I mean, let's just take a quick look at Michaela Nogueira. Who's Michaela? Don't even ask me, you guys. You know her. She's literally the only person on TikTok with the thickest fake Boston accent. You know exactly who I'm talking about. Do not come for me. This Michaela truly took TikTok by storm during COVID because she had an amazing, hilarious, and authentic personality. Or so we thought. She grew to 16 million followers, which seemed like overnight because she just seemed like the girl next door that everybody was friends with growing up in high school, and you felt like you could really trust her. What absolutely flabbergasted her fans and made everything kind of go downhill is in an ad for a L'Oreal mascara. Michaela is applying the mascara and then quickly jump cuts to applying a fake lash to try to sell you about how good this mascara is. It's the best, it's so lengthening, when she literally put on a fake lash and tried to sell you a mascara that did not create those results. I mean, the way that she really tried to deceive her audience in this video is crazy. Have a look.
Look how long and lengthened my lashes look. This literally just changed my life. This looks like false light. This is
because it is.
It's this L'Oreal telescopic lift. Look at the wand.
Sly.
Okay, so basically I'm taking the curved side and I'm going root to tip and I'm starting to coat the lashes. And then once you've done that, you flip the brush to the side and you use the hook comb to basically separate.
Okay, if you just stopped here, the lashes are long. They're giving length. They're giving long length. But no, she had to take it a step further because this was not enough to sell you. I don't know if she was getting some sort of commission on the side of how many she was selling. I don't know I don't know.
Right, this is one coat.
Right?
Okay, I'm gonna add a second.
One coat?
Look at the length.
Let's
You
see.
see that? I am speechless. And I'm not sure anyone's gonna ever be able to compete with me.
You turn the head and the lashes have grown 4 times in size. I didn't know that this was some fairy tale land. I could just turn my head and boom, bigger eyelashes. No, I cannot believe that this video is even still up. People in the comments immediately knew what brand of false lashes she was using. They were the Ardell Demi Wispies, and I love my Ardell Wispies. I know Ardell Demi Wispies when I see them. Maybe it's L'Oreal, maybe it's Ardell. Yeah, no, girl, we can see through the lies and the deceit. Where's my gavel? Put her on trial, you guys. Boom. in came the flood of instant betrayal and mistrust from her loyal followers. It got so bad that people were referring to this entire scandal as Mascaragate. And then people started to notice how different Michaela acts when she's doing a paid review. So in this video, she's literally reviewing the same item. The first one is not an ad. The second one is an ad.
Too well. Like, once you get those brow hairs in place, they are stuck. And it's actually a little bit difficult to get off. Makes my brows look pretty good, but I just really prefer my NYX brow glue. I also find that the pencil I use like every day does not go on as smoothly when I use this brow. That's gel. They came out with a brow gel called Glued.
Okay, so what I don't understand is, how in the world are you going to post a video about a product and then come back and review the product again and have a totally different opinion?
Wow. All right, let's see. I'm going to do a soap fluffy brows. It feels really nice and cold. Okay, easily combed through. I know something though, my brows look so good. Holy shit. They look so fluffy.
And until right now, Michaela is still dealing with the aftermath of Mascaragate, and honestly, people just do not trust her the way that they used to. People are watching
That has not stopped
every
people
little
from buying
move she
stuff from
makes
her.
like a hawk,
People from
me
paying
included. Okay, so she's chewing another
Advertise.
mascara review.
Flexible wand. Supposed to give a nice flat effect. Okay, that before and after, it's pretty freaking good. Okay, that before and after.
Do we see?
It's pretty freaking good.
Michaela, did you learn absolutely nothing from the last Mascaragate? I don't understand how this made the cut. Unless she has an editing team that perhaps kept that in the edit, like, just to be like, this is who this really is. But doesn't she say that she makes all of her videos? I don't know. How did she?
So you saw that she was using the mascara, and as she cut away, she was using a different mascara. She's holding a different mascara wand. Are you kidding me? How did you not cut that out? Like, I don't know if you were trying to separate the lash, but now we know it's just not a real review. None of it is real. What happened to simply being honest? It's like it doesn't exist anymore these days. And ever since that entire situation with both those mascaras and just people feeling like they can't trust her, she has been hopping from controversy to controversy. Jeffree Star, Huda Beauty, everybody is just constantly calling her out.
Whether you believe or not, what I'm about to say is none of my business. But what I'm going to tell you is that the video I made about these e.l.f. eyeshadows, I made $0. The video I'm about to make about this, $0. I don't know who started this rumor that I'm like endorsed by e.l.f., but that's not how this industry works.
The sheer fact that she had like an entire e.l.f. display at her wedding to promote and sell her lip combo with e.l.f. We don't work together. No, we don't. We don't. You do. The simple fact that after making a review, you have to say, I made $0. I made zero. I made nothing off of that. Come on. It just goes to show how much you have absolutely ruined your followers' trust. The truth is, when one person makes a fake or paid review and completely deceives their entire audience, it actually ruins the entire beauty community as a whole. Audiences begin to believe that every single influencer might be doing everything for money, when a lot of people do very honest reviews and they care about their honesty and their authenticity with their followers. I'm honestly just a hater in general. You can call me a hater. I totally am. I'm very, very suspicious of what everybody does. And after all of that controversy with Michaela, I unfollowed her, and I honestly could not watch another review without thinking that she was a massive liar. And I didn't care what she said, because honestly, it became very clear that she cares so much more about money than she does about her fans. She even snubbed Huda Beauty's makeup review that she was supposed to give an honest review about, but kind of made it like deceitful and lied about it just because she didn't get to be part of the Huda Beauty campaign. Like, come on.
Called up because she's trashing on Huda Beauty after Huda Beauty wouldn't allow her to be a part of her Easy Blur campaign. So Huda Beauty just released this Easy Blur foundation. And Michaela Negrera reviewed it and didn't give it such a good review. So if you guys don't know, Michaela's friends, Samantha and Glamzilla,
I love how you can
recently just
decide
part
which
of
ear
Huda
you want to
Beauty's
hear better
campaign
out
for
of.
this foundation. But rumors are that Huda Beauty kicked Michaela Negrera off of the campaign because she uses filters.
In 2021, I decided to stop using filters. I didn't realize it would affect how I made products. It looks insane.
I look foundation now. I have seen such mixed reviews on this. I'm kind of scared to use it. I have seen it look so patchy on dry skin, which is my skin type. Don't be patchy, please don't be patchy. Okay, so the way I would describe this foundation feels like foundation. This feels like I have makeup on my skin. It looks like I have makeup on my skin. It's not, it's described as a natural airbrush foundation, but I wouldn't
painted is that?
And to make this even worse, Michaela got sent all the foundation. So it's giving very much she chose the wrong color just to make it look bad.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Honestly, it's all an absolute mess, and Michaela is only a small part of the problem. At the heart of influencer marketing is capitalism. Brands see these creators as walking billboards. I went to business school for 4 months, and we learned about billboards, and you end up realizing that they are not at all as effective as marketing online or marketing with influencers. Then I dropped out, so I don't really know much beyond that. Why pay for a random TV ad when you could have a young, hip influencer who's built a loyal community of potential customers? It's brilliant from a business perspective, but from a mental health perspective, it's a bit disastrous. Because guess what? Companies start to churn out products faster than we can even add to cart. And then influencers literally line up to promote them. Just think about the new peptide lip shape that Rode just released, and all of those influencers were promoting them, and they actually ended up sucking. And the cycle is honestly unstoppable unless we as consumers resist the lure. But let's be real, it's actually going to be really hard, and we've got a long way to go. Right now, we are living in the world of the infinite scroll. We can sit there on TikTok and watch influencer content for hours. Lady Gaga just said that she spent one time 4 hours sitting and brain rotting on TikTok. It happens to all of us. But then before you know it, your cart has over $200 worth of stuff that you don't even want, but everybody else says you need to buy, so you buy. That's how quickly these platforms and the capitalism behind them completely hijack our brains. One of the biggest reasons this relentless marketing stings is because it really affects our well-being. Constantly seeing other people live these honestly fake but very luxurious looking lives can really affect our mental health. It can trigger anxiety, depression, or even self-esteem issues.
The only people that I
Some of us
get
end up feeling
envious
really bad
of
because we don't have
on
the
like
money
the
or the
internet
aesthetic.
who are like
Others
living
spiral
is people
into
who have
literal
like their
credit card
buses
debt, just like that
converted,
first video that I
or
showed you
people
guys,
who have
all just
like
trying to keep up with all of
rich
these new
husbands
must-haves.
who
You see
spend
all
a
these
lot of
influencers
money
opening
on
up
their
their beauty
wives'
drawers or their
garden and
pantries,
chicken
and
coop and
everything is
stuff.
absolutely
That's the
organized to
only.
perfection.
That's all.
It's
That's
all
it.
stocked with even the
I do
latest and
get like a
greatest
little bit
products.
green.
What I realize is they all put that there in order to film content. Nobody's looking in my drawers. I mean, I hope you're not looking in my drawers. Nobody's looking in my closets. You're not looking underneath my bed. That perfection is literally created for you to gawk at and then run over to their Amazon storefront and buy everything they have so you can have that same level of perfection in your own home. But it's honestly completely unattainable, and it makes us feel horrible. I bet you if you showed me any of their other drawers, they're an absolute mess. But they
somebody
set up
go
those
poop?
two, the pantry and the beauty drawer, just to sell you items. And it's not just the mental health side that's making influencers sus, it's the legal side as well. The Federal Trade Commission, the FTC, in the US requires that influencers disclose whenever they have a material connection to a brand, like they're getting paid or the product is for free. As an influencer, it's your responsibility to make these disclosures, to be familiar with the endorsement guide, and to comply with the laws against deceptive ads. Don't rely on others to do it for you. You've probably seen the hashtag ad or hashtag sponsored floating around somewhere. Here's the kicker. A lot of influencers actually don't ever disclose their ads. Sometimes they'll bury the hashtag partner within a sea of hashtags so you don't even see it. Or they mention this was gifted in really tiny text behind the caption so you can't even see it at all. Or they just skip the disclosure altogether. This is what a lot of them do. If you take a look at this caption, this is the perfect example of how to disclose an ad properly. You can see at the very beginning of the caption, it says ad, so that the person that is watching the video knows that they got paid to make this content. So if it's so easy to disclose these ads, you literally write ad in the caption, why do so many influencers just avoid it? Well, money, duh. Because they know that the moment we see the word ad or partner, we become a little bit more suspicious about the content in the video. The moment that we realize it's an ad, we honestly believe that the influencer's opinion is biased because they're getting paid. So we click off and then they don't end up getting a sale. Meanwhile, if they act like, oh my God, look, I just found this product. It's literally the best. I discovered it just this morning. We might be more inclined to trust them and then just reach for our wallets. I don't want to give you my money. So you might think that we're doomed, but here's the good news. If you think that all of these influencers are getting away with literally doing illegal things, think again. Everybody's getting locked up like Marlena. But seriously, viewers are actually noticing and they're speaking up.
Hi, Haley. So I'm really not trying to start anything here, but that post you just made was not only highly deceptive, it was actually illegal and...
Yes, the illegal Haley Bailey Keel ad. This is a really good example of deceptive consumer advertising, which is actually made illegal under the Federal Commissions Act, which this creator described perfectly. Because I think we should also highlight some other creators who do this all the time and no one talks about it, and these big creators need to be held accountable for the environment they're creating under the larger scheme of unethical consumerism under capitalism. Because yes,
straight to jail with them. They're going to jail. I'll lock you up, Haley Bailey. Plus, as we become more informed about how these brand deals and partnerships work, we can understand how these influencers actually afford their lifestyles. Most of the time, they're actually given all of these products for free. They don't buy them so that they can make the ad themselves. But will us like nipping it at the bud and calling out all these influencers really do anything? Maybe in the short term, but as all of these companies are constantly seeing all of the big bucks rolling in, they're just going to continue paying these influencers to promote these products. At the end of the day, as consumers, we have to be vigilant, or we'll just keep throwing our cash at them and not even realize that we got looped into an ad. So how do we avoid these influencers, all of this BS, being sold literally everything? I'm going to tell you the number one: put the phone down, sis. Put it down. You don't need it all the time. You don't need 4 hours on TikTok. You do not need to go into debt for TikTok Shop. It is all a waste. It's that simple, and it's also that hard. We get attached to influencers. We see them daily. We become invested in their lifestyles and their families. It's just like this weird thing as people. We want to see them win. We grow attached even though we don't even know them. But if you're feeling manipulated and kind of annoyed every single time they pop up on your screen, bro, hit the block. Do you know how many of these influencers I have blocked? Because I'm like, I just do not want to see your content
Protect
at
your
all.
sanity.
It doesn't mean that you're a
If you
bad
don't like
person. You're just
someone,
honestly
don't follow
prioritizing your
them.
bank
Don't
account
watch
and your
their
mental
content.
health. But
If
I know
you roll
TikTok
your
is really
eyes
hard
when
to
you see
close for a
someone,
lot of
just
people, but
get
that's
rid of
why I
them.
always
Don't
say
talk
become very
shit and try to
informed
ruin
about the
their
products that you are
lives.
purchasing and the money that you're
Doesn't
putting
make any
out there.
sense.
Don't just spend $50
Just shows how emotionally
recklessly,
unstable
because
you are.
$50 is still a lot of money just because some influencer told you to. Lastly, try to set some sort of monthly budget for yourself for like influenced items if you're influenced easily. Like maybe put aside, okay, here's my $100 for TikTok Shop if you love to buy things from TikTok Shop. But bro, put your money elsewhere. It might sound restrictive, but having a budget can actually be a game changer. Hey, and if you feel a little bit bummed about this video, don't worry. Capitalism does suck. And especially having your favorite influencer, somebody that you care about, somebody that you've grown honestly attached to because you like their content, constantly selling you things that you just keep buying, that also sucks too. But not all is lost, because there is a constant growing number of influencers that are actually very transparent. I can't crap on all of them. They label ads clearly. They share pros and cons of products. If we look at that new girl, Kylie, on TikTok, who's like, get out of your bed, clean your oven. You need a minimalistic lifestyle. That is blessed. I love her. Those folks might not be flashing like super cool brand deals and Lamborghinis, but they're building your trust because they're real people and they have real values behind them. Plus, governments and organizations like the FTC are becoming stricter about enforcing transparency. As of June 30th, 2024, TikTok has made it more difficult for advertisers to target teens in the United States. That means that there's a far less chance of young kids spending all their parents' money on things that influencers are literally making them buy. We all remember the child skincare trend or the girls at Sephora trend. Stop. Ultimately, the best defense for all of this is educating yourself. If we as consumers start to educate ourselves on marketing tactics, there's absolutely
It's
no
funny
way
how
we can
they've
get looped in
convinced people
without
to
thinking
spread
twice
poison
before
on their
making that
face every
purchase.
day and they call it
If I ever feel
skincare.
like I'm spending too much or I'm getting too pulled into social media, I log out of everything and I stop using it. I only make YouTube videos and I stop consuming content, because regardless, even if I'm really careful with my money, even if I watch everything that I'm doing, it's still very easy to be influenced these days. We're honestly living in a world where boycotting social media and just going off and living in a cave seems nearly impossible. The amount of times that I've tried to give up TikTok, but I actually need it in order to research for these videos, it's just a double-edged sword. Influencers can be fun, entertaining, and sometimes really helpful, teaching hacks and different recipes, you know, like the yogurt fluff. I've wanted to try that for such a long time. I do yogurt and it fluffy yogurt. I've heard it's disgusting, but I have to know. But when it crosses the line into mass advertising and overconsumption, we end up having a serious problem, and we gotta check ourselves. Stay skeptical, guys, and protect your wallets, because in this world, everybody wants your coin. Your worth is not measured by the amount of must-haves that are sitting in your closet. And for the love of everything, don't film yourself shoplifting for content, Marlena. They're gonna get you, girl. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you enjoyed it, please throw a big fat thumbs up, and also comment down below and let me know what kind of content you guys would like to see in the future, what deep dives, what videos, because honestly, a lot of the videos I make are the ones that you guys have requested. If you enjoyed this video, you can go ahead and click here to find out why overconsumption is absolutely ruining your life. It's not just the influencers, it's the too much spending. You guys already know. Or you can go ahead and find out here why Temu is just not the right thing, babe. Stop buying on Temu. It's making you sick. You know, I only make these videos because I love you and I only want the best for you. Have an amazing day or night or whenever you're watching, and I will see you very soon. Bye.
I only want the best for you. Okay, let's see if that got us to where we need to go. Yes. God, Heather, you fucked up so bad. You know what that TikTok is onto about that is legitimate is the beef tallow, but just get it from someone local. Don't buy it off the internet.
If I were to describe a sociopathic, self-absorbed YouTuber who uses their channel as a makeshift diary to talk about every moment of their life, you might think I was talking about Onision. It's not a bad guess by any means, but for today's video, it's actually wrong, as there is a second individual who also matches this description.
Hi, and welcome to my video. Annoying things that my wife does that irritates me.
This is Daniel Lord. His tendency to publicly share every thought, feeling, and event in his life, no matter how incriminating or embarrassing, has garnered himself infamy as one of the most bizarre people on the entire internet.
At the end of one of my previous videos, I joked about how I broke my tripod leg because I was using it to stimulate my prostate. That wasn't actually a joke, it was 100% true.
On his YouTube channel, Hiding in My Room, he's uploaded over 1,000 videos in which he carelessly overshares every detail of his life, including his many unsavory habits and opinions. With the overwhelming amount of similarities, it's no surprise that this behavior has led many to refer to Daniel as the Asian Onision.
I've noticed some people saying that we're both manipulative. Yes, sometimes I do manipulate people. But then, so do you, and so does your mum. I guess that means we're all Onision.
From countless divorces and public breakups, habitual oversharing, and a plethora of other horrible decisions, this is only scratching the surface of the bizarre world of Hiding in My Room. But first, a word from our sponsor.
Oh boy, I just got a new package from GamerSups in the mail. I wonder what's in it. Oh, drink, but that's a new flavor.
And make friends. He hoped that his social issues would iron themselves out, but as he became a teenager and moved on to high school, things only got worse. Daniel quickly became the target of frequent bullying, pushing him into total social isolation and opting to instead spend time alone playing video games. Games provided an escape from the real world where he wouldn't have to confront the harsh realities of his life. Instead, he could sink thousands of hours into a virtual world where he could be the person he always wanted to be in real life. Once he graduated from high school, he had no aspirations to pursue higher education or have a career of any kind. He just wanted to play games all day. His father, understandably upset about this, strongly encouraged him to go to a university or get any kind of job, something that Daniel was adamantly against. He fully intended to live out the rest of his life playing World of Warcraft. According to Daniel himself, the reason he refused to live the normal life that his parents wanted for him was because of the social ostracizing he experienced at an early age. He felt betrayed by society and didn't want to be a part of it. Daniel had become so disillusioned in his earlier life
So you guys
that
are
he was
gonna bully
only a
him
few
on the
bad
internet
turns
so that
away
he
from a
kills
much
people?
darker path.
And
In
then be like,
2014,
oh, we
Elliot
had no
Rodger carried out
idea.
a violent rampage, killing 6 and injuring 14 others. In a now deleted video titled The Similarities Between Me and Elliot Rodger, Daniel talks about his recent discovery of
I
Rodger's
literally just said
manifesto, My Twisted World. As he listened through an audiobook version of the document, he was shocked at the large amount of similarities between their stories. They were both half Malaysian and half British, they both had YouTube channels, they both loved World of Warcraft, and even many of their own lived experiences drew many parallels.
After watching a few of his videos, I felt really conflicted. I felt like I hated him and was disgusted by what he had done. But at the same time, I felt like I could understand all these issues that he was having. And I felt kind of sorry for him, like I pitied him. And then I found out he had written this manifesto, which is basically a 140-page story that he had written of his entire life from childhood until present day. There was an audiobook version. I stayed up all night last night. I listened to 4 hours worth of it. I haven't gotten through to the remaining 6 just because. And I was just amazed at how similar he is to me. his experiences growing up, I felt like I was listening to my own life story being read out by this robotic woman's voice. It was really creepy.
Thankfully, key differences in Daniel's personality prevented him from traveling down the same dark path. He points out distinctions between himself and Roger, such as his ability to accept rejection, his indifference to society's acceptance of him, and the fact that he didn't carry the same jealousy and envy that plagued Elliot's mind. Regardless, young Daniel remained apathetic and depressed during his early life. He spent his time playing video games, eating junk food, and pursuing one other passion, anime. While searching for images of robots on his computer, he stumbled across the anime Neon Genesis Evangelion and immediately became intrigued. For the next 2 years, he would spend his days and nights binging anime, to the point where he began fantasizing about becoming an anime character himself. Anime was also his first introduction to the Japanese language.
Wow, this language sounds so cool. How cool would it be if I could speak it?
All of this cultivated a new special interest for Daniel, that being the country of Japan. He began fetishizing Japanese women, started learning how to speak Japanese, and frequenting international dating sites in the hopes of finding that special Japanese lady to one day marry. After a few failed attempts, he was eventually able to get a Japanese girlfriend. It was in Japan that he finally had his first kiss and lost his virginity. He also apparently had an incident of bedwetting while there.
So I sat up and I pulled away the sheets and I looked down, and it was all wet. It was absolutely soaked. My legs were wet, my trousers were wet, my underwear was wet, the whole mattress was soaked. I hadn't wet the bed since I was maybe 10 years old. I looked at my mattress and the mattress was still soaking wet. There wasn't much I could do about it. I couldn't put the whole mattress into the washing machine, it wouldn't fit.
Unfortunately, this relationship didn't exactly pan out. Due to Daniel believing she wasn't as attractive in real life as she had been in her pictures, he ultimately chose to cheat on her with an older Korean woman that he met. He would date this woman for some time as well, but due to their 15-year age gap and her lack of libido, he also ended up dumping her. His third girlfriend was a French girl he met during his second trip to Japan. Originally born in Thailand, the girl was adopted by a French family at a young age and was visiting Japan on a work visa. Daniel decided to abandon her because, in his words, she was overweight and had too many male companions. He then chose to shack up with one of her friends, a Japanese girl who ended up giving him chlamydia. Despite this, Daniel regarded her as his favorite girlfriend, and they even almost got married at one point. The reason the relationship fell through was because the two got into an argument and he changed his mind last minute. These girls would likely not be important to the story if Daniel didn't frequently reference them in his videos. He will often complain or fondly reminisce about his exes, who he appropriately refers to as my first girlfriend, the South Korean girlfriend, the French girlfriend, and the one who gave me chlamydia, also known as the chlamydia girl, respectively. I think it's also important to point out how Daniel selects his partners. Of course, they need to be some form of Asian woman, but he specifically seeks out women who he believes are low value. This is because he views himself as unattractive and uninteresting, meaning that if he dated a woman more valuable than him, she would likely be stolen from him by a more valuable man. Daniel has a truly poetic way of explaining his philosophy.
For me, having a really beautiful girlfriend would be the equivalent of giving a tiny ant a gigantic pile of sugar. That tiny ant has to protect that massive pile of sugar from all of the other nasty insects and creatures in the wild. Can you imagine how much stress that poor little ant would be under, having to protect his pile of sugar from the other insects? He would have to be on the constant lookout to make sure other insects weren't licking his pile of sugar. Do you think I want that stress? I don't want to have that kind of stress in my life. And so if you tried giving me a gigantic pile of sugar, I'd say, no, I don't want your sugar. You can keep your sugar. Why don't you just give me a big steaming pile of shit? Because then at least I would know that all the other insects and creatures of the wild won't be interested in licking my pile of shit.
This is why Daniel chooses women who he finds unattractive, women he finds annoying, overweight, and old. He believes that if he were to try and date someone he actually liked, it would be instantly stolen from him. This seems to be a result of his early life experiences as a social outcast. When society knocked him down, instead of persisting and attempting to become a more likable person, he instead opted to set his expectations as low as possible. He refused to
Tallow
get a job.
is really
He
fucking
refused
good
to go
for
to
your
college.
skin.
He
Like,
refused to make
really
friends.
good.
This
Bear
philosophy
tallow,
has simply carried over to his dating life as well. He refuses to date someone he may
tallow
actually
and,
like for fear of losing them. But
beef
this
tallow.
is a
It's all
double-edged
good.
sword. In his own words,
Bear
it's also why
tallow
Daniel
is
consistently
really
gets sick
good
of the
for your
women he
skin.
dates and either breaks up with them, ghosts them,
I would say out
or
of
cheats
all of
on
them,
them.
Bear
This
is the
Japanese
best,
love quest took
but
place all
it's a
throughout the
little
early
harder to
2010s,
source.
as Daniel would fly from England to Japan to Korea and repeat the cycle a handful of times. These trips were essentially flights to find women, in which Daniel explored the streets looking for his future wife. And it was during this period of exploration that he created his YouTube channel, Hiding in My Room. The first publicly available video Daniel uploaded is titled Lonely Guy Animation. This short cartoon depicts the story of a man mourning the loss of his deceased partner who tragically passed away in a shipwreck. This video is a really good example of foreshadowing, as a majority of Daniel's content revolves around him being sad, lonely, and reminiscing about women that he no longer has access to. But what's also notable about this animation is that it's actually pretty well made. This is because Daniel is actually an exceptional artist with a clear talent for drawing. But rather than attempt to capitalize on this, his YouTube channel prefers to focus on unboxing videos, tech reviews, posts about his cat, and all of the content we've talked about with women. Initially, Daniel used YouTube as a way to build confidence and become more comfortable with his voice, something that was a major insecurity at the time, as he had no real dreams of making a career out of posting anything. However, Daniel would eventually open up to the world with more personal vlogs, sharing his thoughts, opinions, and
Well, I'm
life
back to where I
experiences.
was, I think.
While a ton of these videos have since been deleted, the earliest publicly available vlog was posted on September 17th, 2016, and is titled, My Obsession with Japan is Over. In it, Daniel reveals that he had essentially burnt himself out. After spending the last 5 years traveling to and from Japan, the country he once dreamt of had lost its novelty. Most notable from this video was Daniel's first instance of oversharing. Daniel reminisces about his first online girlfriend, Saika, revealing that despite never meeting in person and breaking up nearly 7 years prior, that he still stalks her Facebook page.
Sometimes I look at her Facebook just to look at her pictures. It's kind of creepy, isn't it? Sometimes I really regret that I never got to meet her. I just wish that I had went out to Japan sooner before she met that Czech guy.
Unsolicited admissions such as these are the exact reason why Daniel Lord is one of the most interesting people you can find online. Every single life experience, belief system, or fleeting thought is not relegated to the back of his mind. Rather, they are persistently projected to his YouTube audience. For example, as mentioned earlier, Daniel has a particular affinity for Asian women, but more specifically, he has no interest in women of any other race, and holds a certain level of contempt for white girls in particular. During his time in primary school, a blonde girl in his class frequently teased him and stole his backpack during recess. It's quite obvious that this girl likely had a crush on Daniel and wanted to get his attention. However, her advances only
That's not how
frustrated
girls
him,
get attention.
resulting in him
She was just
breaking her
picking on him.
bracelet. In response, she would frequently beat him up until he gave her 20 quid as payment for her damaged property.
I kind of have this, maybe it's a fear of white women. Maybe it's because I got bullied by a white girl. I have like this fear instilled in me that makes me dislike them. It reminds me of the time when I was traumatized by this little blonde-haired girl.
Despite his fear of white women, he seemingly has no fear of essentially anything else. With videos like I wet myself in Japan, why I hated having chlamydia, and I am lazy and have no motivation. Daniel is either the most stoic Chad on the planet, or he is black-pilled so badly that he doesn't care about anything anymore. Probably the latter, if we're being honest. Regardless, Daniel Lord was a character people began paying attention to. And by March of 2017, he had reached 1,000 subscribers thanks to his personal vlogs and storytime videos. He had developed somewhat of a cult following on certain 4chan boards, with many users appreciating his bluntness and refusal to sugarcoat his feelings or ideas, especially in an age when the internet was becoming increasingly sanitized, with YouTube being filled with goofy vloggers with douchey haircuts and fake personalities designed to get as many views as possible. People who were sick of that saw Daniel as a breath of fresh air. Of course, not all the people who came across Daniel's videos were entirely fond of him. This will only become more apparent as the video goes on, but many perceive Daniel to be immature, misogynistic, and sociopathic, just to name a few. Of course, these same people felt emboldened to disrupt Daniel's life in any way they could as a form of payback. but this was not something he could have likely predicted at the time. Regardless, for the 1,000 subscriber milestone, Daniel conducted a Q&A, answering questions from his audience. Most notable from this video was the detail that Daniel was currently in a relationship.
Would you consider having meetups with your subscribers in London? I don't think so. I don't really feel comfortable meeting random people off the internet unless I know them beforehand. For example, a few days ago when I met George Trombley. Oh, and if you're a cute girl, then I would be interested in meeting you. But right now I have a girlfriend, so I don't think that would be possible.
I'm sure you caught that, but just in case you didn't, Daniel welcomes the idea of meeting up with cute girls, despite already having a girlfriend of his own. This is another way in which Daniel overshares to an uncomfortable degree, frequently making vlogs airing out his grievances with a plethora of different women he forms relationships with, as well as fully displaying his willingness to move on or cheat at a moment's notice. This first girlfriend was revealed back in January of the same year in a video aptly titled, "I Got a Girlfriend." In it, he announces that he will be officially going to meet with her in April, but admits to being worried that he won't like her once he gets there. He also reveals that his new girlfriend is 8 years older than him and has a 9-year-old daughter, something that also concerns him, as he's personally unsure if he can comfortably fulfill the role of a father figure in the young girl's life. However, his girlfriend clearly expected much more, hoping that Daniel would move to Japan and propose to her. But before the two could even meet, Daniel already began voicing his grievances. In the video titled, "I Have Nothing in Common with My Girlfriend," which was originally titled, "My Girlfriend is the Most Boring Person in the World," he, well, complains about how boring she is. But an important detail revealed in this video is that his girlfriend knows almost nothing about his YouTube channel.
And the problem is, I can't show her my channel because of the type of videos I make. I make extremely personal videos about embarrassing stuff that's happened to me. And I make a lot of videos talking about her. I can't show her my channel.
Keeping the channel a secret from his girlfriend was likely why he felt comfortable uploading a video titled, "Meeting a Fat Ugly Girl on Tinder." The video is exactly what you'd expect, with Daniel revealing that he had been catfished after meeting up with the girl he met online. Of course, this decision was met with heavy backlash, as he was only days away from flying to Japan to meet his current girlfriend. In the following upload, he attempts to justify himself.
The thing is with relationships is if you don't feel satisfied with your partner, it's very hard to resist the temptation of going to look for someone else who can satisfy those emotional or sexual needs. If I felt 100% satisfied with my girlfriend, then I wouldn't go onto Tinder. I wouldn't look for someone else. I would stay loyal to her. But the problem is, recently, I don't feel emotionally satisfied with her.
Normally, when you're unhappy in a relationship, you don't make plans to fly 5,000 miles to Japan to pursue that relationship. You would simply just end it. But only a week later, Daniel hopped on a flight and set off to meet his Japanese sweetheart. Surprisingly, everything was going well at first. Daniel said he was having a great time and never mentioned anything about finding her unattractive, which seems like a low bar, but that's really all you can ask of him. He also met her daughter, who he surprisingly got along with quite well. But the trip would eventually come to an end, and Daniel made his way back to the UK, where he had time to process the state of the relationship. And the very first video he posted when he got back was titled, "My Girlfriend's Face is Ugly."
I do feel like I really want to see my girlfriend again. She makes me feel good inside. She makes me feel happy, even though I don't find her face to be extremely attractive.
Despite her supposed ugliness, Daniel spends most of the video talking about all the things they have in common, with them both being soft-spoken and enjoying each other's company in silence. He also points out that her presence gives him a sense of direction and purpose, which he's never really had in his life before. But it wouldn't be long until Daniel started creating problems that didn't need to be there.
It was quite fun. After the phone call, my girlfriend actually told me that her daughter really enjoyed speaking to me again and that she wanted to speak to me again on the phone. And again, I don't believe that she's lying about this. Maybe she's telling the truth, but still, for some reason, I felt like she was over-exaggerating, like she was just saying that to try and make me feel happy.
Daniel believed that his girlfriend was using her daughter to emotionally blackmail him into staying in the relationship. But some commenters had a different opinion. They felt that Daniel actually cares about the well-being of this young girl and doesn't want his presence or absence to negatively affect her life. With the understanding that this young girl genuinely admires him, it's possible that it made him realize that this is a much bigger commitment than the average relationship. No matter how sociopathic Daniel can come off at times, it seems like he still has a heart in certain cases. That being said, he ended up using this situation as an excuse to emotionally distance himself before things got worse.
So I think we need to have a serious talk about my girlfriend. Ever since I've gotten back from Japan, I've been thinking about this pretty much every day, and the thing that I've been thinking about is whether or not I should break up with my girlfriend or not. And the reason why I haven't broken up with her yet is because when I imagine how sad and heartbroken she's going to be when I finally tell her that I want to break up, it crushes me inside. I can't do it.
Daniel basically decided to completely ghost this woman weeks after spending time with her and her daughter. He blocked her on all of the platforms that he could remember, but forgot to block her from Skype, which she used to confront him.
Why won't you call me? Why won't you reply to me? After I heard that voicemail, I felt really guilty, and I felt like I really should tell her. I should at least tell her properly my feelings instead of just ignoring her like this. Right from the beginning, I kind of realized that we had nothing in common, but I was just so focused on having sex, and that was all I could think about. I kind of let that blind me to all the red flags, and I didn't really care about anything else. I didn't care that we didn't have anything in common. I just wanted to have sex. That was what I was thinking about. But now that I've had sex, I don't really feel like there's anything out of this relationship that I want anymore.
Moments like these are what makes Daniel so peculiar. He is completely self-aware. He is able to fully reflect on his motives for pursuing the relationship, yet he is so blinded by hedonism and lust that he simply doesn't care to change. This is not a one-time occurrence. This is a glimpse into the near future. A future where Daniel will find a new girlfriend, get sick of her, make a YouTube video complaining about her, and repeat the cycle.
I just don't understand why this keeps happening. Why do relationships have to be so difficult? Why is it so hard? How come I can't just have sex with someone and not end up breaking their
come
hearts?
on!
It's like this happens every time. So I want to talk about prostitution, I guess. You know, paying for sex. There have been a few times where I've actually thought about paying for sex. This mostly happened last year.
Daniel might be the only person who could make investing in a prostitute a step in the right direction. Although thankfully, he wouldn't have to go down that road, as he had already managed to find himself a new girlfriend named Tomoko.
For some reason, we started sending each other naked pictures of ourselves. I think I sent her a picture of my penis at first. She wasn't obsessed or repulsed by the image of my penis, so I took that as a good sign that she was interested in me.
With this new sweetheart on his mind, he once again made his way back to Japan. But Daniel would end up waiting weeks before finally meeting up with her, something that maybe should have been a massive red flag. When they did finally meet up, Daniel was visibly more miserable than he usually is, likely because he got catfished. Of course, this didn't stop him from having sex with her.
So I decided to tell her my true feelings. I said to her, I really want to have sex with you, but I don't want to be in a relationship with you. What do you think about that? And she said that's okay. She's fine with it.
What's bizarre about this is his claim that she has a really nice personality. This begs the question, what exactly is his problem? If he happily hooked up with her and found her personality enjoyable, it's hard to fathom why Daniel was so adamant that there was nothing romantic there. Unless the problem is just that he had been catfished, which, in fairness, could be a valid concern. But luckily for him, he had a backup plan. That plan was a list of other girls who weren't his girlfriend that he met on Tinder weeks before flying to Japan.
I've been chatting to Japanese girls on Tinder weeks before I came to Japan, because I kind of had a feeling that the whole Tomoko thing wasn't going to work out based on past experiences, so I decided to make some plan Bs.
After a casual hookup with an American girl and a date with a married woman, Daniel would already announce another new girlfriend named Chihiro. This new girlfriend was perfect in his mind. She was confident, kind, beautiful, active in the gym, and luckily for him, had a high sex drive. However, there was one lingering issue that made him wary of this new girl.
I guess my only complaint about her body would be she's kind of small. She's a very small person, and sometimes it kind of feels like I'm having sex with a 12-year-old girl.
But apparently this wasn't as big of an issue for Daniel as you'd think, as he'd even go as far to say that she was his favorite girl that he met in Japan. Although one detail I've left out is that she technically isn't his girlfriend, and they've only met twice without any actual confirmation of a real relationship. But what could possibly go wrong? Well, a lot, apparently. But first, a small bit of drama would spark due to his recent trip to Japan. Daniel's viewers were beginning to get frustrated with him at this point. He had slept with 3 different women since coming to Japan, and even supposedly cheated on Tomoko before even meeting her. That's not including the previous girlfriend he ghosted after meeting her daughter, or the countless other girls he revealed every little detail about. All of this led some to essentially call Daniel a womanizer, accusing him of emotionally manipulating women into having sex with him and then dumping them. Which, isn't something that I really care about, but that is what the comments were saying. And so as a result, Daniel made a video responding to this criticism, where he predictably defended himself. A notable point he does make in this video is that trolls were plotting to report his channel as revenge. It was around this time that Daniel was beginning to face a heavy amount of demonetization.
Damn it. Hey, happy birthday, Will. You know, I should have, instead of trying to make this one match the other one, I should have just unraveled the other one and just redone it. And done this one correctly. Live and you learn. What? Wait for my tablet to turn back on. Outside, girls. Everybody outside. Come on, Teeter. Teeter. You want to go outside, Arlie? No? Okay. You just want treats? I like being in my own little world. Back up. I don't remember what row I was on. I was tired last night when I was crocheting. That's why. I'm so glad that I decided not to try to do this one last night. And I was just like, you know what? I'm just going to call it a night. I'll do the front panel tomorrow. I can't even imagine the butchery that would have been done. There's nobody here. I feel like I can hear bass. Low resonance or whatever, low frequency. Like I hear it not with my ears. I don't know how to explain this the way I'm hearing this. Excuse you, Mrs. Rudy Pants. You just realized is that like 2 weeks ago I just stopped using my pink cup and I haven't used it since. Weird. I think I need to buy a new water cup so that I get excited about drinking water again. I think Adam's listening to music. Like I can feel this resonance more than I can hear it. Kind of sounds like a heartbeat. Very, very, very faintly. The sound that I am hearing is not bass from the music. I am hearing water churning in the river, or maybe even the waterfall. That's what it is. It's funny, I keep telling myself, okay, as soon as I get to this spot, I'm going to turn on some sound. Okay, as soon as I get to this spot, I'm going to turn the heat down. And then I keep forgetting. Because I'm just like, nah, I'll wait till I get to this spot. And then I'm like, nah, I'll just a little bit more. Then I'll stop. Then I'll pause. But then once I get to the place where I'm supposed to pause, I don't pause. I just keep going. I do that all the time. Like when I'm at work, and that's why I get burnt out, like working, and I forget to stop to drink water. I'll be thinking about it. I'll be like, dang, I need to drink some water. Okay, when I get to this point, I'll stop and I'll drink some water. And then I get to that point, and then I don't stop and drink water. I just keep going, and then telling myself later. And the next thing I know, like, I'm really starting to feel ill because I'm not responding when my body's asking me to. Like right now, I'm starting to get to that point where I'm about to sweat because that fucking heater is just blasting on me right now. And for whatever reason, it's not quite as cold outside. I don't know. So, like, I'm miserable right now. The feeling, I want to drink some water. I want to not be like near sweating. But I just don't want to stop. So close to being finished. I was also supposed to measure it to see how long it was after this last one, so. Oh, this is made for someone with giant tits. God damn it. Keep it together. Keep it together. Just not put on the thing right. There's no way that it's not correct. There's no way, Heather. Don't worry about it, dude. It's fine. Okay, I just have 2 2 more rows to go. Don't you dare start doing it. You turn the heat down. Eat a snack. Drink some water. Make something sound. Come here, man. Come right here. When I was a child, okay, my grandma used to get me granola bars. She would get the ones that were covered in chocolate, and she would get these, right? I'm not even kidding you. They were like this long and like that wide. And this is what a granola bar is now. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, it wasn't because I was a child and they were small. They were actually much big. Like, they were a little flatter and they were wide. I don't have a new Stanley cup. My cup is a Yeti. You need to get a new cup.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. The media and their constant anti-Trump fake news, doom and gloom. Every freaking week, it's another thing that Donald Trump has screwed up, another phony scandal, nonstop hysteria, relentless fear-mongering, and of course, doomsday economic predictions. It's funny how the moment Donald Trump is inaugurated, all of a sudden, everything's switched. We go from the media praising Joe Biden constantly, giving him every excuse in the book, even as things are falling apart around him. But then the moment Donald Trump is inaugurated, a total shift, even as he's succeeding, as good things are happening, it's just doomsday prediction after doomsday prediction. And it's so incredibly frustrating because the media is more focused on egg prices and ridiculous, loony predictions, like we're heading into an economic recession because we saw a couple weeks of bad stock market days. But meanwhile, incredible things are happening. And the frustrating part is the stuff's getting shoved under a rug, and many people don't even know about it. For instance, did you guys know that Vladimir Putin of Russia has now gone on the record agreeing to the ceasefire that was proposed between Russia and Ukraine? Yeah, probably not, because the media is more focused on faking a constitutional crisis and fear-mongering about inflation and the cost of eggs than they are on reporting actual important news and potentially incredible achievements. Let's talk about it all, shall we? We've got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so basically exactly like I was saying. Can't listen to this
right now.
Mr. Secretary, for our audience,
he's going to piss me off because he's not talking about the things that actually matter, and he's bitching about people not talking about things that actually matter.
The Houthis out of Yemen have been disrupting transit there for some time. President Trump cited these concerns when he announced the strikes. I'm wondering, how long will this campaign last, and will it involve ground?
Can you imagine having to fucking sail all the fucking way around Africa just because a couple of clowns don't want you to go through here? Think about how much fucking money that wastes. The billions of dollars that we're spending on this?
Forces.
So that justifies war.
The problem here is that this is a very important shipping lane, and in the last year and a half, the last 18 months, the Houthis have struck or attacked 174 naval vessels of the United States, attacking the U.S.
That doesn't
Navy
sound like
directly
shipping
174
vessels. It
times,
sounds like
and
naval
145
vessels that are
times they've
being
attacked
attacked.
commercial
Okay,
shipping. So
great.
we basically have a band of pirates, you know, with guided precision anti-ship weaponry.
Guided by Luffy.
It's Yemen. It's like one of the poorest countries. Isn't that what the guy said? Is like the poorest country in the world.
These people
They don't even have the equipment to bomb our stuff. This is all bullshit.
Go through and which ones cannot. And so your question is, how long will this go on? It will go on until
this guy
they no longer have
Asmongold
the
is starting to make me
capability
question
to do
his
that.
genuine as well.
How's that going to happen? I don't know.
Well, what does U.S. intelligence tell us at this point? Because the U.S. had been conducting strikes for some time, but has not stopped the Houthis. So what's going to be different right now? Do you have more fidelity in the intelligence that would make this more successful?
Well, those strikes were retaliation strikes. So they launched one missile, we hit the missile launcher, or we sent something to do it. This is not a message. This is not a one-off. This is an effort to deny them the ability to continue to constrict and control shipping in
their area. They can't control shipping in their area that goes right through their space.
Can go, where the ships of all the world can go, by the way. It's not just the U.S. We're doing the world a favor. We're doing
The rest of the world isn't complaining. They're not shooting down the rest of the world's, just the U.S. naval ships. Huh.
That's why we
Interesting.
need to have the whole world pay us a bunch of money to do this. Yeah, I think that they owe us, how much you guys think? Probably $100 billion again? I think that's a good start. Yeah, you're welcome, by the way.
You sound like Dr. Evil. $1 billion.
And it will continue until that's carried out. That never happened.
The world didn't ask. Actually, I bet a lot of places probably did.
Yeah, I doubt that.
I bet there's probably a lot of people that, like, their nation depends on, like, trade. I bet they're probably like, thank God this is happening.
Yeah, I doubt it.
Before the Biden administration didn't do that, all the Biden administration would do is they would
think of one nation that wants it to happen.
Respond to an attack. These guys would launch one rocket, we'd hit the rocket launcher. That's it. This is an effort to take away their ability to control global shipping in that part of the world. That's just not going to happen.
That's going right through their hometown. They don't want it. They don't want it in their home, and they have a right to decide that on their own territory. You are going to their space and telling them, oh no, you're not going to stop me from building this highway right through your yard.
I can tell you that some of the facilities that they use are no longer existing, and that will continue. Look, it's bottom line,
so
easy way to understand it, okay? These guys are able to control what ships can go through there. They've attacked the U.S. Navy 174 times. They've attacked the United States Navy.
Doesn't sound like shipping containers. It sounds like the Navy that they don't want.
That's crazy. How do you do that? The U.S. is doing all the dirty work while the European Union countries are looking at each other while they're too busy censoring internet bullies. Yeah. Well, we'll take over Europe after we get done with this. It'll be okay. By the way, I know there's a lot of fucking stupid-ass Europeans that are in chat. I'm joking, by the way. Before you fuckers write another Reddit thread about how I hate Europe. Jesus Christ, you guys are such pussies.
Sitting around with the missiles attacking the U.S. Navy. It's not going to happen. Not under President Trump.
The president also referenced Iran in his statement. Iran provides some support for the Houthis, as you know. Put this in context for me, because U.S. intelligence has been suggesting for some time that Israel has the desire and intent to conduct an attack on Iran's developing nuclear program in the coming months.
That'd be nuts.
President Trump has extended an offer for negotiations. Have you heard anything back from Iran? Is this strike in Yemen a signal to Iran?
This strike in Yemen is about their ability, the ability of the Houthis to strike global shipping and attack the U.S. Navy, and their willingness to do it. 174 times against the U.S. Navy, 145 sometimes against global shipping. That's what the strike is about. What we can't ignore, and the reason
170-something times against the U.S. Navy.
The Iranians have supported the Houthis. They've provided them intelligence.
145 attacks on all global
weaponry.
shipping.
I mean, there's no way the Houthis
Really sounds to me like they just don't want the United States Navy going through that area.
From Iran. And so this was
That's a good point.
Why is our Navy going through that area at all?
I've seen some of these terrorists, and they're on canoes and boats and shit like that. These shitty ass little boats, yeah.
Right, and they're gonna take out a fucking naval ship.
Keep
Okay,
them because then you
it's
will
like
also
fucking
be
like little
responsible for
kids
what they are
throwing
doing
rocks
in
at
attacking
cars.
Navy
You know,
ships,
like
in attacking global shipping.
little pebbles.
They also get support from Russia potentially, which you leverage sanctions in regard to. But I want to ask you about tariffs because you were just in Canada this past week. China is Canada's second biggest export market, Mexico's third. In this ongoing trade back and forth the U.S. is having, isn't there a risk that China will ultimately be the winner? If it's too costly to deal with the United States, won't they benefit?
Well, actually, China and Canada are involved in a mini trade war right now. In fact, the Chinese have imposed a bunch of tariffs, reciprocal or retaliatory tariffs on Canada after Canada imposed tariffs on them. So here's the way everyone needs to understand this, okay? The president rightfully believes that the balance
I don't like
of global
Marco
trade is
Rubio. I
completely
think he's a
off
fucking
kilter.
lying piece
For
of
30
shit.
or 40 years, we have allowed countries to treat us
I
unfairly
remember
in global
what
trade.
he was like.
Much of it
Bullying
during the
Canada,
Cold War because
Florida.
we wanted them to
Yeah,
be
I
rich
feel like it's kind of. I kind of feel bad for Canada in a way, right? I mean, you have two big groups of these, like, you know, massively powerful countries that have decided to, like, just team up and just fucking beat up on Canada. Like, hey, yo, fuck Canada, right? Like, for real. They deserve
because
it?
they were our allies in the Cold War. But now that has to change. You look at the European Union. The European Union's economy is about the same size as ours. It's not a low-wage economy. It's very comparable to ours in terms of its composition and so forth. Why do they have a trade surplus with us? So what the president is saying is two things. Number one, there are critical industries like aluminum, like steel, like semiconductors, like automobile manufacturing that he rightfully believes, President Trump rightfully believes the U.S. needs to have a domestic capability. And the way you protect those industries and build that capability is by ensuring that there's economic incentives to produce in the United States. The second is global, and that is we are going to put tariffs on countries reciprocal to what they impose on us. And so this is a global. It's not against Canada. It's not against Mexico. It's not against the EU. It's everybody. And then from that new baseline of fairness and reciprocity, we will engage potentially in bilateral negotiations with countries around the world on new trade arrangements that make sense for both sides. Fairness. But right now it's not fair. We're going to reset the baseline, and then we can enter into these bilateral agreements potentially.
So we want fairness, but we're
so
going to
that
go
our
ahead
trade
and
is
be the
fair.
world
What's not going to
police
continue is,
for
of course,
Yemen
these
So this
and
is
the
all
shipping
just about
lanes.
leverage to get bilateral,
Help the
not
globe.
not North American free trade deals.
Y'all don't give a shit about the
No, it's not
globe.
leverage,
You're
it's fairness.
fucking.
It's resetting baseline fairness, and then from there we can work on deals and
Nope,
and so
nope, nope,
forth,
Heather,
because
nope,
they'll
nope,
have
no,
products we
no,
don't make,
no,
we have
no.
products they don't make. That's where trade works the best. It has to be free, but it has to be fair. And right now it's only free on one side, and it's not fair for the other side.
Well, you
it's
know,
an
sir, that
unsustainable position.
the ad hoc nature of these policy announcements and pullbacks are causing concern in the marketplace, as we saw this past week. So I heard you describe what seemed like a strategy to get to negotiations on a bilateral front. You also seem to negotiate, you say this was national security minded, but then we also see comments by the president of like 200% tariffs on champagne. That's not a critical industry for the United States. That seems more emotional.
No, that means that's called retaliation. That's what happens.
Okay, we have two pieces that are identical.
Yeah, so it's emotional when we do it, but not when they do it.
In these trade exchanges.
How's that work?
They're going to increase tariffs on. They already have high tariffs. They're going to add
That's
more to
crazy.
their tariffs. Fine. Then we'll have to find something to. I mean, you tell me. I mean, Canada's going after whiskey and orange juice and
retaliation.
Yeah, exactly. So that sounds pretty petty to me as well. So
All right,
what's the
so
difference? The
let's
point is,
do-
I get it.
Yep.
I understand why these countries don't like it, because the status quo of trade is good for them. It benefits them. They like the status quo. We don't like the status quo. We are going to set a new status quo, and then we can negotiate something, if they want to, that is fair for both sides. But what we have now cannot continue. We have just deindustrialized this country. Okay, deindustrialize the United States of America. There are things we can no longer make, and we have to be able to make in order to be safe as a country and in order to have jobs. That's why we had a Rust Belt. That's why we've suffered all these important jobs that once sustained entire communities, wiped out by trade that basically
I think there's a chance that little Marco might be the president one day.
Shut the
There's
fuck
a
up.
good chance. I mean, he did pretty well. Like, I mean, for a young guy on his first time, I think he did pretty well in 2016, and that was against like, like full, like fucking hard mode Trump.
I literally hate people. I hate
I mean, really, like, yeah.
these factories, these jobs, this industrial capability to other places, that cannot and will not continue.
Yeah.
President Trump, this is
feel
no
like it's
mystery.
not
He's been
long
talking
enough
about
on
this
this part.
since the 1980s, actually, even before he was a political figure. This is going to happen, and it's going to happen now.
I want to ask you about Russia. You said Envoy Steve Witkoff's meeting with Vladimir Putin that happened last week would answer the fundamental question of whether we're moving towards a ceasefire or whether Putin is using a delay tactic. You spoke with Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister, yesterday. Is this a delay tactic?
Well, I think that was a promising meeting. As I've said repeatedly, we're not going to negotiate this in the public. Hopefully, we'll have something to announce at some point fairly soon. I can't guarantee that, but I certainly think the meeting was promising. The exchange was promising. I don't take away from Steve's meeting, from Ambassador Witkoff's meeting, negativity. There are some challenges. This is a complex 3-year war that's been ongoing along a very long military front with a lot of complexity to it. So no one's claiming that it's easy, but I want everyone to understand here's the plan. Plan A is get the shooting to stop so that we can move to plan B, phase 2, which is have everybody at a table, maybe with some shuttle diplomacy, to figure out a way to permanently end this war in a way that's enduring and it respects
This
everybody's
literally
needs and
looks
so
like
forth.
it's
No one is saying that
like
second part is easy, but
there's
we
so
can't
much
get even
missing
to that
from
second part until we get past the first part. It's hard to negotiate an enduring end to a war.
I think they're going to be able to do it. I do. I think they're going to figure it out. I didn't think that for a while, but like after the amount of crash outs and then recoveries after the crash outs, I think that they'll be able to do it.
Long as they're shooting at each other. And so the president wants a ceasefire. That's what we're working on.
Maybe it sounds
Assuming we can
stupid,
get
but
that
like
done,
that's
that
what I'm
won't
thinking.
be easy in and of itself. We move to the second phase, which is negotiating something more enduring and permanent. That will be hard. It will involve a lot of hard work, concessions from both sides, but it has to happen. This war cannot continue. The president has been clear about that, and he's doing everything he can to bring it to an end.
Okay. We'll talk about that later in the program as well with Envoy Witkoff. I want to ask you about a decision you made to revoke a student visa for someone at Columbia University this past week. The Wall Street Journal editorial board writes,
They just can't get over this. They can't get over it.
Well, it's kind of a
the
problem.
administration needs to be careful. It's targeting real promoters of terrorism, not breaking the great promise of a green card by deporting anyone with controversial political views. Can you substantiate any form of material support for terrorism, specifically to Hamas, from this Columbia state?
They don't need to substantiate it directly to Hamas. All they need to do is substantiate it to an organization that has expressed support for Hamas. That's what the law says. That's what the rules say. And it's also not even any terror organization. It's even bigger than that.
Student, or was it simply that he was espousing a controversial political
You see
point
how
of view?
she's so specific? Well, she's so specific because this is the woman that tried to compare, what did she try to compare to Nazi Germany? I'm trying to remember, like how Hitler took power about burning books, I think. What was it again? Yeah, I forgot what it was. It was like free speech. Yeah. Oh, that's right. Free speech is what led to Nazi Germany. This is what this woman said. So you shouldn't take anything that she says seriously. She's a retard. So, yeah, I mean, just straight up.
Well, not just the student. We're going to do more. In fact, every day now we're approving visa revocations, and if that visa led to a
Thank God. Thank God, bro. Like, we have enough terrorist sympathizers here in the U.S. that are citizens. We don't need to import new terrorist sympathizers. It's overdue. It is long overdue. Get them out.
The green card process as well. And here's why. It's very simple. When you apply to enter the United States and you get a visa, you are a guest. And you're coming as a student, you're coming as a tourist, or what have you. And in it, you have to make certain assertions. And if you tell us when you apply for a visa, I'm coming to the U.S. to participate in pro-Hamas events, That runs counter to the foreign policy interest of the United States of America. It's that simple. So you lied. You came, if you had told us that you were going to do that, we never would have given you the visa. Now you're here. Now you do it.
Yep.
You lied to us. You're out. It's that simple.
But
it's
is
that
there any?
straightforward.
But is there any evidence of a link to terrorism, or is it just his point of view?
Boom. No, that's a great question.
Has it ever occurred to you that his point of view is the link?
No. He's literally been promoting anti-Israel. The guy has said that he doesn't agree with Israel. He hasn't been promoting
He just answered it, yes.
terrorist stuff.
She doesn't get it. Well, what she's trying to do, so this is what she's trying to do. She's trying to
No, tariffs
this
are
is the
going to
reason
make
why a
it
lot
so
of people
that
watch these videos.
the manufacturers in
It's
the United
because I think
States
a
have
lot
a
of
fair
average
chance.
people see
Tariffs,
this happen,
we had
but they
tariffs in
might
the
not
United
really
States for
understand
years and
it
years and
entirely.
years
Maybe English
until
might not
we
be their
had
first
income
language, or
taxes.
they might not,
We're not
really
even
pick
supposed
up
to
on
be
it as
income
much.
taxed.
I spend a lot of time talking.
I
I
agree
spend a lot
with
of time
tariffs,
reading, and so I see this
but
very quickly.
I don't
Are
agree
you?
with
Yeah,
a lot of the
I
other
understand
shit that's
English
going
very
on.
well. I do, and I can immediately see when this is happening. I know how to use manipulative language, and I know how to identify manipulative language. I'm very good at it. I think that's one of the reasons why I'm so popular. Yeah, it's because I'm good at communicating. So, anyway, English good since when? Yes, my English does be good. And so anyway, this happens, and it's so obviously disingenuous. It's clearly disingenuous.
Yeah, they take over. I mean, you should watch the news. These guys take over entire buildings.
We
They
covered
vandalize
it
colleges.
intensely.
They shut down
I'm
colleges.
asking about the
Well, then you should
specific
know that this
justification
is-
for the revocation of his visa.
Well,
Was
the
there any
specific
evidence of
individual
material
was
support for
the spokesperson,
terrorism?
was the negotiator negotiating on behalf of people that take over a campus, that vandalize buildings? Negotiating over what? That's a crime in and of itself, that they're involved in being the negotiator, the spokesperson, this, that, the other. We don't want it. We don't need these people in our country. We never should have allowed them in the first place. If he
True. Fucking true.
had told us,
Absolutely.
I'm going over there, and I'm going over there to become the spokesperson and one of the leaders of a movement that's going to turn one of your allegedly elite colleges upside down. People can't even go to school.
Hello?
Happy birthday!
Thank you again.
I was like, let's tell Mom happy birthday. He's like, Dad, we already did.
their entire ideology.
Aw, that
is
was so
hinged
sweet.
Around oppression and oppressor, and they view the terrorists as the
My
oppressed.
boys just called me to
So
tell me happy
anything that they
birthday
do
again.
as a response is acceptable because they're part of this group that it's acceptable to do these things. That's it. And everything is based off of that.
Would have let him in. We never would have let him in to begin with. And now that he's doing it and he's here, he's going to leave, and so are others, and we're going to keep doing it. And by the way, I find it ironic that a lot of these people out there defending the First Amendment speech.
Conservatives will be the first to tell you that they're the most oppressed people. Shut the fuck up, Zach. Bro. You're not going to convince anybody by creating these disingenuous double standards that nobody believes or gives a shit about. Like, here, I'll pull it up. We haven't pulled up anybody today in chat. I just noticed that. So, what's the problem with this? We're listening to, like, what this is. Your entire channel is a double standard, partisan hack. Can you give me an example of that double standard?
Yeah, how you say how you Israel or Ukraine is the good guy. You never fucking point out the bullshit that Israel is doing. It's true. And then you block anyone who has anything to say about it.
He's crashing out? Is he really? You think so? I think he might be crashing out too. Emotional manipulation only going one way? No, I've said multiple times that emotional manipulation goes both ways, and I used the example of bringing that kid with brain cancer to the union address, or basically the union address that Trump did, as blatant emotional manipulation. And I think that it's also emotional manipulation with the trans issues and the sports issues as well. I've never said that. Do you have another example of a double standard that doesn't exist? Or is that the only example of fake double standards? You only ever call out one side? So if I only ever call out one side, why am I able to make multiple examples of me calling out other sides? Because like, how do I have multiple examples of me calling out the other side if I only call out one side?
You're definitely Israel leaning and Ukraine leaning. It's gross.
Which one is it? You used to care about wealth disparity, now you're championing it? When have I championed wealth disparity? When did I do that? So this is another double standard, right? And by the way, this isn't a double standard. This is this isn't like you're saying that I have a double standard. This isn't a double standard. This is a shifting of values. So like you're wrong also in terms of like how you're categorizing this. When you cheer on the richest man in the world firing families from their ability to pay their mortgage or buy groceries. So, yeah, I am, because I think their job's useless. So do you think, so basically based off of your argumentation, do you think that we should never fire people from the government? That's not what I said, is it? Well, it's what you implied. So basically what you're saying is that you used to be skeptical of government talking points. As soon as the new admin took over, you buy it at face value. Okay, so this is a video that I uploaded 2 days ago. And so this is me right here fact-checking something that Elon Musk said in the middle of the video.
Look at that
Like,
beautiful
at the beginning,
seam.
You started talking about the conservatives being the most oppressed people. And then now you're talking about there being a double standard. And then you're saying that there's emotional manipulation. And then I'm saying that I only call out one side. And then I care about wealth disparity. And now you're making an emotional appeal for families that can't pay their mortgage or buy groceries. You're just emotionally charged. Everything that you're saying is emotionally charged. You're disingenuous. You've misrepresented everything that I've said multiple times. So what are we doing here? GOP is erasing Black history. Yeah, a little psycho. Yeah, this is a guy. You know what they say? They're not sending their best.
With. And now that he's doing it and he's here, he's going to leave, and so are others, and we're going to keep doing it. We are, and by the way, I find it ironic that a lot of these people out there defending the First Amendment speech, alleged free speech rights of these Hamas sympathizers, they had no problem, okay, pressuring social media to censor American political speech.
That's right. That's right. These people had no problem.
No, they were calling out Israel.
Misinformation.
This guy specifically got arrested for fucking speaking out against Israel.
But they want to keep somebody
and they're using the fact that he's got a green card as the ability to kick him out of the country. But he's got a green card. He's an American citizen now.
In fact, as a matter of fact, it is. It's the same apparatuses and the same organizations that were justifying and celebrating and supporting deplatforming people like Joe Rogan that are now trying to play defense for a terrorist sympathizer.
No.
Why are we deporting terrorists? Because they're bad. And we're not deporting terrorists. If they were terrorists, they'd be in jail. We're not even deporting them. They're not even terrorists. They're people that are supporting terrorists.
So I think it's ironic and hypocritical. But the bottom
You just
line is
can't talk bad about Israel. That's how it is. You speak bad about Israel, you lead rallies, rightfully calling out the hypocrisy of Israel, and that's it, y'all. You're fucking done for. Because we're Israel first.
Is it only pro-Palestinian?
This is the United States of Israel.
You see how, like, this is, again, the intentional misunderstanding, the intentional misleading. This is, this is how it always works, right? It's this dishonesty. These people can't even have, he's a green card holder. Once you have a green card, you're a citizen. You have the same rights as citizens have. Can green card holders vote?
Yes.
Can they vote or not? Some people just don't want Israel to keep bombing innocent people. That doesn't matter. That's not relevant. If the way that you protest that is by supporting terrorists, then you can do that somewhere else. This conversation isn't about Israel at all. It's about a terrorist
But it should be.
whether you're supporting them or not. It's very simple. I don't know why you don't understand it. That's all I was trying to teach you. Well, no, it's a simple question. Can you vote if you have a green card or not? Is this another crash out? No, you can't. It says, when does free speech equal being deported? Okay, so then when you said that you have the same rights as citizens have, that wasn't true. You admit that then, right? So what you previously said is not accurate. The DMs coming after me? Well, I'll ban you and you can deal with the DMs then. Yeah, you can be against Israel without supporting terrorists. Yeah, you can. And you see the damage that these people are doing to the Palestine movement when they're characterizing support of terrorism as support of Palestine.
Participate in acts of rebellion and riots on campus. We never would have let you in if we had known that. And now that we know it,
Is it only
you're gonna leave.
pro-Palestinian people who are?
See? The entire framing of it is disingenuous. Everything about this is a lie.
Going to have their visas revoked, or other points of view as well?
No, I think anybody
Other points of view, again, it's another point of view.
here in favor, but we want to get rid of Tren de Agua gang members. They're terrorists.
That's a great point. I like this. Big Marco. Don't stop with the fucking...
It's so weird to listen to this guy, like, lap up fucking the stuff that politicians are saying when,
The president designated them, asked me to
like,
designate, and I
literally
did.
they're
It's a
all
terrorist
lying to you.
organization.
Like,
We wanna get
Trump
rid
is a
of them.
liar,
We
Biden
want
obviously
terrorists in America. I don't know how
barely
hard that is to
cognizant.
understand. We want
Lindy Lee has already come out on a podcast and proven to everybody that Obama was running the country
common sense agreement.
during Biden's
Apparently not.
We don't want people in our country that are
presidency.
gonna be committing crimes and
It's just
undermining our
very
national security.
obvious that all of this is political theater. We are all being lied to. They're all lying. None of them have your best interest at heart unless you're a billionaire paying into the system.
Into our country. And if you
And by the
violate
system, I
ethics of
mean, like,
communication, you are going to leave.
the cesspool.
Man.
Okay, Secretary Rubio,
Man.
I'd like to have you back, talk to you about a lot more on your
I'm
plate.
sure
Another
she
time,
will.
we have to leave it there.
Thank you.
Yeah, there we go, guys. People aren't defending the individual it's happening to. They're concerned about the precedent that it sets.
That's right.
Well, no, I support the precedent. No, that's the whole point. I like the precedent. I think it's a good thing. Yeah, no, the precedent is that if you come to the country and you express material support towards groups that support terrorism,
That's
you will be
different than the
removed.
situation.
Yeah, no, I'm in favor of that. That's good. Yeah, that's the whole point. I want that to be the precedent. Correct me, people talking about Palestinians who started October. Well, I mean, listen, I know that it's back and forth with like the Palestine-Israel thing. Like, I'm not trying to decide who's right and who's wrong in that conflict because it's not relevant. What's relevant is whether somebody is supporting a terrorist organization. That's it. Why am I cherry picking messages that you can see?
Like, it's so obvious that everyone can
Okay.
see
Well,
it.
how about this?
His audience
I
is
will,
trying to help
I'll
him.
pull you up. This will be the last one. Then we're going to move on and look at other stuff. Okay. So what's the problem? What's the argument that you have? Because I mean, you accuse me of cherry picking messages. You've now been cherry picked. Are you also being cherry picked because you're stupid?
You're going to call him names?
Let's find out. Where are all these retards coming from? I don't know. Being free content. Okay. Read, bro. Scroll up. Can you vote if you're a felon? No, you can't vote if you're a felon. I'm pretty sure you can.
So does that mean you should be deported if you talk bad about Israel?
Depends on the state. Whether a felon can vote, it's statewide. Okay, there's no uniform federal rule. Okay, so it's a states' rights issue, brother. I can vote in most states as long as you're not actively on parole. Okay, so there you go. You're a fascist who
That's not
decides
true.
who
You
terrorists are?
lose your civil liberties. You
think
have
we
to
deserve
appeal
say
to the
those are
governor.
terrorists and then kill them? Yes.
And you
So
can
are you
only get your
arguing-
civil liberties
who
back if
should
you've only
decide?
ever had one
Do
felony.
you think that do you think terrorism is real? Because you can make the argument that terrorism isn't real, because obviously somebody has to decide. And that decision, because we have no real, everything is to a degree a opinion, right? Like every morals and ethics and all that stuff, it's all opinions, isn't it? Right? At the end of the day, it's opinions. So what do you mean by that? Fascist? No, I understand that you have, I know. This is it's a word that a lot of people like using. So let's go ahead and look up the definition of fascist. Is a far-right, authoritarian, ultranationalist political ideology characterized by a dictatorial leader, centralized autocracy, militarism, forcible suppression of opposition. So you think it's fascist and authoritarian to be against terrorism? Expand, come on, bro, expand of the voting rights. What else do you got to say that a green card isn't a citizen? I think there's a couple of other restrictions that green card holders have. Like if you commit certain crimes, if you do things that are immoral, like sex crimes particularly. I read about this recently with the recent case, but that's also, there's that. And I think obviously like the material support of terrorist groups is a big one. Actively like threatening the government, I think so. And so those are all examples of things that people who have a green card are susceptible for deportation because of. And then, yeah, the Patriot
And that's
Act
not
was
true because
added
I
in
know
extra
a
stuff.
few people in South Florida that have done sex
told me there was no
crimes
evidence who was
who are
supporting
illegals
You don't have
who
to support terrorists.
don't
You
even
have to
have
support
green
an
cards
organization that supports
and they do not get
terrorists.
deported.
So, how about this? I think that we both can come to the conclusion that if he wasn't
They're just
supporting
back on the
terrorist
streets,
organizations, he shouldn't be deported, right?
reoffending.
If he wasn't doing that, he shouldn't be deported. So let's do a thought exercise.
That's right. If he wasn't doing that, he
he
shouldn't be
was
deported.
supporting a
So
terrorist
let's
organization,
actually see
should he
what
be
he was
deported?
doing. Have anybody actually looked into what
Okay,
this
so
man
we're
was
done here?
actually
No, no,
doing?
we're doing a thought
Literally,
exercise
instead of
because
just taking
I'm not gonna
Marco
convince
fucking
you, and, like, I could show
Rubio's
you a video,
word
I
for
can be
it.
like, oh, well, he's part of this group. This group had this speaker here, and the speaker was part of a terrorist group, etc. Right? Like, I could do that, but that's not going to work on you because you're just not going to accept that as evidence. So the better thing to do would be to have a theoretical conversation about the idea rather than try to argue about evidence that you're just going to pretend doesn't exist. So, assuming that he did do it, would you want him deported or not? All those Venezuelans shouldn't have been deported, but that's what's happening? Okay, well, I disagree with that. Yeah, I want to have people that are part of violent criminal gangs in other countries. I want to have them deported. And I will vote for the people that will do that. So I guess this could be a part where we disagree. But that's basically it. Yeah, maybe it's an ideological difference. Changing topics? Yeah, it's changing topics as well. It's again, I just want you guys to see how a lot of the people that post this kind of stuff and that have these kinds of arguments, they're paper thin, brain dead arguments that there is no thinking involved at all to them. There's no like real logic or rationality implied.
This is like so funny to listen to him say these things, and it's literally about himself. He hasn't looked to see what this man actually did. He's just blindly supporting what the government is saying, and the man has committed no crime. He has been charged with no crimes. And he's being deported because of not being charged with crimes. Like, that's not how the fucking system works. He's here legally. He is a legal citizen of the United States, and he has rights. The rights that he has means that he is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. If there is probable cause and suspicion to arrest him, that's one thing. They fucking picked him up under ICE, and then they shipped him off to Louisiana, so he couldn't even be represented by his own lawyers in New York City. There's no precedent for that. That doesn't happen. That's not common that happens, where they arrest you and then ship you off to fucking Louisiana. Like, you're arrested because you commit a crime in a place, then usually you're charged in that place that you've committed the crime. Usually they don't just ship you off. And that's a state situation. It's not even like a national situation. So like the stuff that's going on with this case and this guy that's being deported is fishy as fuck. I'm sorry, I just don't blindly trust the government. And it really is disappointing, not surprising though, to see people who are. So irritating when people just like don't do any looking into stuff and then just blindly trust what they're being told. It's like, yeah, okay, because, yeah, they're not lying to you. They've never been proven to be liars in the past. But that's the thing. That's the whole thing with the Trump administration. They have lured so many people based on the fact that the Democrats are lunatics. So they've pushed all their base away. And then so Trump just comes in and just does a couple of things that are common sense. Like, it's like being in an abusive relationship for so many years, and then you meet someone who just does the basic, and he's like, "Woo, wow, look at this man. He said thank you when I handed him something." It's like, yeah, hello. That's common courtesy. That's like the minimum standard, and you're acting like he's some kind of fucking god. He's just doing the minimum standard. And that's like what's happening with Trump right now, is he's literally doing the most bare minimum logic in other areas. And so people are gaining this false sense of trust for him. The Democrats have pushed all their people away. So then the people that have got pushed away are like, oh, wow, look at Trump doing all this stuff. He's so honest. He's so for the people. And then when he does all this bullshit for Israel, people are like, oh, well, you know, he must be doing it for the right reasons because look at all the other things he's done for the people. It's just a lie. It's just a way to keep us fighting with each other, to keep us manipulated and not fucking rioting. And that's the thing is, like, what's going to happen is these laws that this guy that's getting arrested and with the green card guy that for supposedly supporting Hamas when he was an anti-Israel protester. The thing is that so it sets a precedent. So like American citizens, you just wait, dude. They're going to take away your ability to protest what you don't agree with as well. And it's going to be like, oh, but you just sat and watched him do it to all these other fucking people. Just sat and watched him do it. Lie to your fucking face about why it was for, and now here you can't say shit on the internet. Now your speech is being censored. Are you really surprised? It's very frustrating to be someone who is awake to the reality of things first. I gave Trump the benefit of the doubt, you know what I mean? Like, he almost had me convinced that he was, I would considered, like, you know, I would vote for Trump kind of shit for a little while until that Israel versus Palestine attack happened. And when that happened, I was like, oh, thank God that happened before I fucking bought into the Trump shit too much. Because I would have been very disappointed in myself. Hells fucking yes. It's big in the front, which I know I fucked up. So it should be like that. That would be better. But it's okay. I will still wear it. Okay, what are we making next? What do you mean wintertime? This is exactly, I just did the fun thing for me. I'm just doing it right now. The fun thing for my birthday. Can't believe that I only used that. That's crazy. Oh. I took a pause on the socks. I started them over again too, like I wanted. I started them over in a white, and so I've got like 4 stitches down on that. But this is way harder than like actually knitting. Like I don't understand who came up with the idea that looming stuff was easier than just straight up knitting, because it isn't. It is not. It takes longer. You gotta stand and you gotta be very focused on what you're doing. You can't just get in a groove. I'm not a fan of the looming, but I'll keep trying it out to see if I like it or not. Dude, stop!
Hey, you guys, welcome back to my channel, Made by Beef Jax. I'm Brittany Jackson, and today I'm going to show you how to make my newest pattern called the Angelica dress. A few weeks ago, I made an Instagram story post asking you guys what kind of pattern are you looking for, and I received a lot of responses asking for a detailed lace dress or a bell sleeve witchy dress, and this was the design that came to my head from y'all's suggestions, and I think this is one of my most favorite things I've ever made. Now, I haven't made this dress in any other size besides my own. However, I will be giving you instructions on how to make this based on your measurements. Here's a quick look at all the materials I used to make this project. Now, no matter what size you're making, I'd advise you to buy at least 5 skeins because when this was all said and done, I only had 2 feet of yarn left over. Not gonna lie, I was a little scared I wasn't gonna be able to finish, but we did. Before we begin, we need to grab our...
I don't know if I have enough. I don't think I have enough skeins of yarn. Dude. Why can't you just walk over to the door like a normal dog? Why do you have to start whining? Do you want to go outside? Are you hungry? Do you want food? Is that what you want? Food? Yeah, and then you're gonna have to go potty. All right, guys, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. Look at my thumb is creating a dent in this. I hear they heard me. They want food. They have a full bowl of food. All right, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna call my kiddo back and talk to him for a little while. And ooh. And then I'm just gonna watch a movie or something. Maybe I'll watch some Game of Thrones. I don't know. Maybe I'll just make...
Hi, and welcome to my YouTube channel. I'm Izzy, and today I'm going to be showing you
Wow, that's really cute.
this ceiling sweater. If you would like the written pattern, it's linked below in my bio. So I'm showing you 2 options here.
I just don't think I have enough yarn.
With 2 yarn, that's a beige one, and the other one was with 3 yarn. You can see a little difference, like the white one is a bit bulkier and the beige one is a little more flowy. I personally prefer the beige because of how flowy it is. And yeah, this is just to give you an idea of what it would look like with the different types of yarn. So let's get into it. You will need yarn of your choice. I'm using wheat 3 cotton yarn. You'll need some stitch markers, scissors, a measuring tape, a 2mm crochet hook, and a darning needle. Okay, so I'm trying to make it a little easy for you all by writing this out for you. So, as I said before, the hook size we're going to be using is a 3mm hook, which I have right here. And the yarn size would preferably be weight 2 or weight 3 yarn. And you could use any yarn of your choice, but I prefer to use a cotton mixed yarn just because of the weather here. So yeah, let's get into it. So for the front panel, we're going to need to get our measurement first in order to make a chain a multiple of 31 plus 2. So this is the front panel.
Okay.
We're going to be working on this first. So
I love you guys.
is that you measure from
Thanks for hanging out with me on my birthday. I love you. I only want the best.